are based in the Baltic Sea region, which is very directly affected by the war in Ukraine because of geopolitical proximity, complicated relation with Russia before the full-scale invasion, and so on and so forth. I will talk about this a bit. And this is where it became also very visible for us that, or for me at least, that there is something, you know, it's a very large feminist tradition, this I will also talk about, to bring your personal experience into research, into academia. There is nothing new about that as well, I would say, but yeah, in mainstream research it's not always acknowledged and appreciated, and we try to conceptualize it in such a way that it, you know, it sounds good and recognizable for other scholars, but of course there is a lot of personal investment in this project, I would say. And then the fact that we are like implicated subjects in relation to the full-scale invasion in different forms also plays an important role for us. And I will finish my presentation today with raising some methodological and ethical questions that I hope we can discuss together, because these are questions that I don't have answers for because we just start this project, but I know that many of you do deal with these questions. What does it mean to do research on forced displacement, and what does it mean to do research when you are implicated in the experience that you do research about, and what kind of ethical responsibility we as researchers have in these times of military conflict, so to say. But I will start with some theoretical concepts. I first will explain what I mean by the feminist agenda in migration research. And I know that some of you are much more experienced in migration research than I am, and you can tell me, okay, there is nothing new about that, and I will totally believe you. But we can discuss this as well. Then I will talk a bit about how we understand, or I understand, affect. Again, a buzzword in gender studies at the moment, with different perspectives. But I will just, I will just present what I find interesting about this affective term. And then I will talk about affective geopolitics and what we mean by that. And then I will show you how we operationalize this affective geopolitics, so how we translate this theoretical concept to empirical research and what our research will be about in this project. So this feminist agenda in migration research, and here I must say, this is my education from the European Humanities University. I think that Almira recognizes this feminist epistemology because this is what I learned here, that gender studies and feminist epistemology, it's not just about women or men, but it's about, basically it's a very special way to look at the society and a very special way to conduct academic research. And this luggage I really like, still work with a lot. And there are 4 aspects of this feminist agenda in migration research that I want to present here, and then very much also draw me when I was writing this research proposal. And I tried to hide it between the lines because, you know, I'm trained that gender studies can be very controversial for some people, so I tried to hide. But then one of my colleagues said, but can you say it just very straightforwardly that this is a feminist project, because this is what this project is about? And I did it, and it was actually appreciated. So we are in a new era, I felt. So, I mean, the first and to some extent trivial, but on the other hand, a very basic, foundation of any feminist research is that personal is political, and that the political significance, that mundane, intimate relations have political significance. And I get back to this when I present this concept of affective geopolitics, because it's a lot about, you know, how our mundane relations, our everyday experiences are impacted by affective geopolitics, but at the same time how they can in turn change geopolitics or influence geopolitics. Then the second aspect of this feminist agenda is situated knowledge. Again, I'm sure you know about that this concept was coined by Donna Haraway in 1989 in the article Situated Knowledges, the Science Question in Feminism and the Privilege of Partial Perspective, which was published in Feminist Studies even in 1988, And Haraway starts this article with posing the following question: how to have simultaneously an account of radical historical contingency for all knowledge claims and knowing subjects, and a no-nonsense commitment to faithful account of a real world. So why I wanted to bring some of these quotes from Haraway is that what Haraway means by situated knowledge, it's not just bringing your personal experience into research, but it's still being faithful to, academic knowledge, to some idea of objectivity, but at the same time to be explicit that your objectivity is only partial, that you cannot have this view, as Haraway says, from everywhere and nowhere, and that your view, even if it's an academic view, especially in social science, is always driven by your position, where you stand. But it doesn't mean that you can say whatever and claim that it's an academic knowledge. You still have to, there are certain procedures. And I think in these times, what we call anti-intellectual times, when there are a lot of backlash against universities in Western Europe, I would say, it's quite important to make this distinction, to say that Andrew Tate and his university is not university, because if we become too relativistic, then it becomes problem for us, because then we are attacked by people who have, like Andrew Tate or other far right, who has nothing to do with academia. So that's why I wanted to bring Haraway a bit more here. And then Haraway offers a useful but not an innocent doctrine of objectivity, as she calls it, which, according to her, is about, and I quote, particular and specific embodied or situated knowledges, challenging unlocatable and so irresponsible knowledge claims. So she says that it's basically irresponsible to claim full objectivity, because it's impossible and it's just you hide your agenda. And instead, when you have this partial objectivity, you're responsible because you say that I cannot claim the full objectivity because this or this or this. And I think in these times, with the war, I think it's quite important to think about these things. And what I also think is important, because there is also about a lot of discussions about subaltern and voice and whose voice is important to hear and whose voice is not important, that Haraway also criticizes the idea that the knowledge of subjugated, and it's like, again, a quotation mark, or oppressed, is always authentic and innocent. As she says, how to see from below is a problem requiring at least as much skill with bodies and language, with the mediation of vision, as the highest technoscientific visualizations. And this, I think, we can also discuss, what to do, what it means to say that these are authentic voices of a particular group of people, what it implies. Then I want to to proceed to the third aspect of this feminist agenda in migration research, which is a lot about power relations and inequalities. And here I can say, in words of feminist ethnographers Dana Ain Davis and Krista Craven, feminist research involves, and I quote, a feminist sensibility and commitment to paying attention to marginality and power differentials. These include not only gender, but also racialized and classed experiences, nationality, sexuality, ability, and other areas of difference. In other words, this research is intersectional, so it looks not only, feminist research, not only at women's experience, but also at other intersecting experiences. And it also looks at, how power works in these experiences and relations. So it's also very important. This is something that some in Sweden, where gender equality is very developed, but some don't like that gender studies deal with power relations. They really get very upset about that. So and then the last aspect of this feminist agenda in migration research is this affect or affective turn. And this is what I will talk more about. And when I said that I knew that it's not as novel for gender studies, is because this affective turn is more than 20-year-old. The first texts that address, or even we can say that the whole feminist theory since 1960s is a lot about affect, a lot about questioning the primary role of rationality and saying that intimate experiences, emotions, feelings are also important, and they play a crucial role in the way how social life is organized, how politics work, and so on and so forth. So that's why some feminist scholars are really against calling this affective turn, because they say that feminist theory was always affective. But at the same time, since the mid-19th, and then with Sarah Ahmed, who wrote Cultural Politics of Emotions in 2004, we observe this more and more attention to affect and emotions and feelings in academic research. And then we also see now, as I say, I really think it becomes a buzzword, and also the fact that we got this very mainstream Horizon funding with this affective geopolitics is also it actually an evidence that it becomes a mainstream. So that's why novelty should be downplayed a bit. But at the same time, I think for mainstream migration research, it's still not such a common thing to work with affect. Because I did, even though I also rely on your expertise, I did some literature review when I was writing this project. And I know how migration research look like. And I would say, yes, still, this is something that feminism or gender studies can bring into migration research. And this is my claim also with this lecture. And with this affective turn, what I really want to stress here is that for me it's also a question of epistemology. It's not only about using affect as an analytical tool, but it's also, in Claire Hemming's words, it's about what it means to know differently through feeling differently. What it means. And what does it imply for our research, and what it also implies for our methodologies, and what we can know and what we cannot know. And because of course rationally we can know many things, but there is probably something that remains beyond our comprehension, and this I'm thinking, or we in the project thinking, how can we change some methodologies with this affective dimension. And we will see. I don't say that we will manage to do this. Then I will give just some very quickly definition of affect. And as any buzzword, it's very hard to find a text with a clear definition of affect, and that's why I went to Cambridge Dictionary online and found a definition that I felt was kind of close to what I want to elaborate on, but then I will unpack, of course, because there are many texts written about affect and what it is, and there is no agreement on what it is, so there are also different strands, theoretical strands of affective theory. But if we start with this basic definition that affect is a particular type of emotion or mood, or a reaction, such as the expressions on someone's face that shows they're feeling this. Yeah? So if we take this definition, and then what is important for me in this definition is that it's about bodily reactions. And here there is a disagreement. It's not that everyone looks at affect in this particular way as bodily reactions, but I'm interested in this. And the second thing is that it's about these displaced reactions. And this is what was this affective turn very much, is that what the turn is that when we start look at emotions and feelings, not as individual, not as inner, something that inside us, but as social phenomenon, or as a political phenomenon. And this is what Sara Ahmed, for example, is very famous for, because she writes this about how affect functions in a political discourse and what implications it has. Yes, and then the second important part of this affective turn, again, that it's about power, and that through this affect we look at how power circulates through feeling and how politically salient ways of being and knowing are produced through affective relations and discourses. And then I simplify here, but we can say there is also a bit of a disagreement in the affective theory about whether affect is discursive, like part of discourse, or it's pre-discursive, unconscious. Because some claim, like this Brian Masumi, that affect is something that is pre-discursive, something that comes before the language, something that we cannot comprehend with the language. It's like this bodily reaction, you know, when we have these individual feelings like shame or, I don't know, pain, you know, these are very individual reactions and not all of them are. And then some would say, when we try to frame them in language, it becomes like emotions and feelings, but not affect, because affect is this very primary reaction. But then others say that, like Sara Ahmed, for example, she does not distinguish between affect, emotions, and feelings. For her, they go like together because they are, and it's, yeah, we don't go to this because it's very much in post-structuralist spirit. You know, what is pre-discursive? There is no, yes, something like no pre-discursive. But I'm really interested a bit in this. I've more work with this affect as discursive because it's, yeah, this is also a bit of how we do research. Otherwise, how you do research on affect. Of course, you talk to people and so on. So it's still very much within discourse. But I'm also interested in this, you know, how our bodies react to these very strong experiences, like the breakout of the war, for example, and how it unconsciously influences how we start thinking about particular things, but we may not always admit that we are influenced by the pain that we feel, right, or by the shame that we feel. So I'm interested how these very bodily experiences influence our knowledge production. And like a simple example here, I started thinking about this also during the pandemic, you know, when we sit in Zoom on these meetings and we feel uncomfortable, so it influences the way how we perceive knowledge. We can start hating the lecturer. I hope you feel comfortable at the moment. So, but, you know, and we don't talk about this because we have this idea of this, that academia is this rational space, rational individuals enter this space, they leave their feelings and the uncomfortableness outside and they just pretend to be objective and so on. But that's not how it works because we are human beings. So that's also what puzzles me a bit. I will probably get back to this when I talk about these methodological questions that we also raise with this project. I skip this. And now I'm ready to talk about another central concept of today's presentation, this notion of affective geopolitics. And again, I came to this concept, and then some people in the project, they asked me, is there even such a thing as affective geopolitics? But yes, there is actually. There is like a small field of, it's very much related to feminist geopolitics, and feminist geopolitics are very developed, so it's a very developed discipline. But this affective geopolitics, there are not so many texts on them, but it's a lot about, you know, like the presence of geopolitical narratives and imaginations in sensuous, emotional, and corporeal everyday encounters between bodies, places, and things. And of course, I started thinking, I knew this text from Kateryna and Sekor before, but I forgot about it. But I started thinking about that when the full-scale invasion started, and then there were many people coming from Ukraine, coming, for example, to Sweden, and something was happening there, and I felt also that something was happening to me personally with this, but I couldn't frame it. So I was looking for something that could. And then when we gathered this team, like when we started working on this project proposal, which was about migration in the Baltic Sea region, it was not about the war initially. But there was, when we met for the first time, it was December 2024, and many of us spoke about, how we felt in February and so on. And I felt there was something, and we are all academics, we produce knowledge, so we need to do something with this, how we are affected. So that's how I started thinking about this affective geopolitics, how geopolitics affect us to the core, but also what we can do to affect geopolitics through these intimate relations and so on. And in this article by Banu Gokarixel and Anna J. Sekor, they explore how it's about Turkey and the forcefully displaced people who came to Turkey from Syria in 2013-2015, and they explore how Turkish geopolitical orientations get embodied in mundane interactions between long-term residents of Turkey and Syrian refugees who came to Turkey massively in 2014. The open door policy of the Turkish government in response to the war in Syria was a geopolitical maneuver for Turkey, who sought to establish itself as a leader in the Middle East, but also to instrumentalize the refugees to bargain with the European Union on the Kurdish question. Analyzing daily life encounters between the Turkish citizens and the Syrian refugees, Gokarixel and Sekor look at how these geopolitical orientations, and I quote, unfold as embodied and affective entanglements in sensuous, emotional, and corporeal everyday encounters between bodies, places, and things. The concept of affective geopolitics has its roots, as I said, in feminist geography and geopolitics, where scholars argue for a multi-scalar approach to geopolitics, with a particular attention to how personal, intimate relations are shaped and shaping geopolitical tensions and divisions. This rich theoretical tradition treats body, home, and other gendered, racialized, classed, sexualized, and otherwise differentiated intimate spaces as significant for the understanding how geopolitical power is reproduced on a level of mundane interactions and practices. And affect, emotions, and corporeality play a significant role during geopolitics, according to this scholarship, and this is what we are interested in. And now I turn to how we unpack this notion of affective geopolitics, so how we translate it into empirical research. And we have these three levels, because we look at mostly at forcibly displaced people from Ukraine, and this three level of interactions, because affective geopolitics is about multi-scalar approach, as I said. So the first level is about migrant and state, so relations with the state, which we conceptualize as affective citizenship. Then migrant-migrant, which we define as conviviality. And then migrant-host society, where we talk about politics and practices of belonging. So, and in what remains of my lecture, I will just shortly go through these three clusters, three levels, and after that I will raise these methodological and ethical questions that we discussed. So this notion of affective citizenship is, let me see, We define this affective citizenship as emotionally laden relations between state and the people, even those who do not have a formal citizenship status, which is often the fact in migration research, in migration, because many migrants, they have some relations with the state, but they don't have legal citizenship, but it doesn't mean that they have no relations with the state. That's precisely, they have through, and they interact with the state a lot. For example, with migration agency in Sweden, I don't know how it's called in other countries, but and this is what we try to look at is how this affective geopolitics, how they shape these relations and to which extent they are present. And it's a bit tricky to think about it because we look here at the level of street-level bureaucrats and how street-level bureaucrats, it's like migration officers, police officers, social work officers, how they like forcibly displaced people interact with each other and how they think about these interactions. And why I say that it's tricky to think about this, because there is this idea that street-level bureaucrats, they have to be neutral in their decision-making. It's the same as with academic knowledge. But you know, how, I mean, they are neutral. They have to follow instructions. They cannot do whatever they want. But they're still, when you engage with a person, it's interesting to think, you know, what happens in this moment, how you think about it, and who comes and who talks to you, who reveals their story, and so on. And this is what we want to do, to look at these relations between street-level bureaucrats and forcibly displaced people from both perspectives, what street-level bureaucrats say, but also what forcibly displaced people say about these experiences, because many get... because we also claim that this is the primary level of when you get to know the new state. This is how the bureaucracy works. And through this, we want to see, you know, how, to which extent these geopolitical contestations play a role in this. And not in decision-making, of course, but in potential conflicts or like perceptions. But then we're also interested in whether there is something with affect that can help improving these relations. Because if you are treated, if you come as a very affected person and you are treated by this neutral bureaucrat who just follows the instructions, you know, it does something to you. So we wonder whether we can have some, I don't know, recommendations that you don't always need to be this neutral bureaucrat. You can be human. And it's probably, sometimes these things are obvious, but we think we will work with both like forcibly displaced people and street-level bureaucrats through these citizenship dialogues, and to see, you know, whether we can have some kind of good outcome of this. Then the second level that we discussed is the level of migrant-migrant relations, which we coin as conviviality. And this notion of conviviality is attributed to Paul Gilroy's article, Melancholy of Conviviality, The Politics of Belonging in Britain. It's from the early 2000s. And in this article, Gilroy does not give an exact definition of conviviality, but he rather refers to this idea of coexistence, co-living, togetherness in cross-racial, cross-ethnic, and cross-national contexts. And then I would say this concept of conviviality was streamed into migration research by Magdalena Nowicka, and she and Steven Vertovich, they wrote in 2014 the article where they defined conviviality as a mode of togetherness and coexistence between social groups in diverse societies. And they apply conviviality to the analysis of cross-ethnic and cross-national relations that the members of migrant communities, diasporas, and host societies build through their everyday encounters. But what is specific about the time when they wrote their article of 2014, because they wrote it and they have this quote in their text, in the times when ethnic, religious, and national identity categories became silent, as they wrote, when they believed that this conviviality was a way to go, because it wasn't as important to speak about your where you come from ethnically. I mean, of course, it was always important. It was a bit of this wishful thinking, but still. But now we see that with the full-scale war in Ukraine, but also now with the war in Gaza, it works very differently, because we see, how these identity categories become very strong again, and what happens with conviviality in these circumstances. And when I again was looking at the previous research, there is very limited research on this, and it's usually related to the migration related to the war in former Yugoslavia. And one research was conducted in Malmö in Sweden, where there was the Serbian diaspora, and the Serbs were main perpetrators during the war in the former Yugoslavia, and then Bosnian people and Croatian people came there in the 1990s, and then this researcher tried to see, how, and they spoke these Serbian, Croatian, and Serbian Bosnian languages, so they spoke very similar languages. So this researcher was looking at what was happening with these different groups of migrants when there was the war in their home countries, and they were on the different sides of the war. At the same time, it's also important to remember that the war in the former Yugoslavia broke up Yugoslavia. It was a bit different context in comparison to the full-scale war in Ukraine. But still, we are interested in this conviviality, what kind of interactions happen between Ukrainian forcibly displaced people and migrants from Russia and from Belarus as two adversary states. So what happens in these interactions? And we look at civil society organizations that work with these groups of people, but also at daily life interactions, like in workplaces, at schools, for example. So that's what we are planning to do, the research we are planning to do. And the second group we are interested in this conviviality, we defined it as these refugees from Syria, because it was the previous very large group of forcibly displaced people who came to the European Union. And the whole this anti-migration discourse or sentiment has arisen from this wave of migration. And then, there are a lot of these discussions about this racial differences in how Ukrainians and Syrians are treated. And then we are interested in how this kind of political frame influences relations between these different groups of migrants, whether there are any relations, again, through civil society organizations. So this is another part of this affective geopolitics. And then the third one is about politics and practices of belonging, and it's a level of migrants and host societies. And here we are interested in how the Russian-Ukrainian war influences the politics and practices of belonging. And Nira Yuval Davis differentiates between belonging as, and I quote, the emotional attachment and a sense of being at home, and politics of belonging as both the maintenance and reproduction of the boundaries of the community of belonging by the hegemonic political powers and their contestation and challenge by other political agents. So we look at how belonging is constructed through collective memory work, in which shared modes of remembering the past become the fundament for collective identification with a group, community, or nation. For this part of the project, we chose 3 national case studies, Finland, Germany, and Lithuania, because these countries have historically uneasy relations with Russia. And the development of memory politics in these countries has been entangled with Russia's memory politics escalating to memory wars since Russia annexed Crimea in 2014. Moreover, all three countries have perceptible Russophone diasporas, which, as emerging research shows, diverge sometimes in their opinion about the war in Ukraine and forcibly displaced people from Ukraine from the majority population in these countries. So here we, on the one hand, investigate the politics of belonging, how the discourse about belonging changes in these countries. But on the other hand, we also look at practices of belonging as a bottom-up process. And we plan to conduct so-called sensuous ethnography. So we will travel with people separately with Ukrainian forcibly displaced people and with members of these Russophone diasporas to memory sites, and then we will discuss their experiences from these memory sites. You know, memory sites that have this contested meaning in these societies. I cannot tell you which ones because this is not yet decided, but yeah. So this was this kind of theoretical frame of this project, or of affective geopolitics. And in the conclusion, I want to get back to these methodological and ethical challenges that I mentioned, and to kind of bring some of my concerns, and then we can discuss them together if you want. But we can discuss other things. So the first methodological question is what I was thinking. I was saying, you know, the feminist research is always about personal as political, and we have this personal investments in this topic, and we are too close to this topic that we do research on. And I think that it's, on the one hand, our very important advantage, because, again, as I said, to feel is to know. So it's impossible sometimes to understand the particular experiences without having such experiences. But at the same time, it can be also it can be also a bit. It can be limited in a sense, not in a sense that those who have such experiences or invested in something personally and politically cannot do such research, but rather in a sense that, again, if we think about feeling differently as knowing differently, so then if we don't have particular feelings, we may not, or we may not see something that we should see. So it also limits our partial objectivity, and this we need to address very explicitly in the project, and we will work with this through several workshops. You know, how just to make very explicit, you know, how we ourselves positioned in relation to the research that we are doing, and what are our ideological limits, and how we should think about them, and how we should take them into consideration in our research. And the second methodological question, it's very much related to what I said when I spoke about this definition of affect as pre-discursive or discursive. It is about, you know, how to do research on something that is unspeakable. And if you look, you know, many people, I think it was in this, I don't remember, but, you know, there is something about the shock of the invasion, that there are many experiences that we lack the words for. You know, it's not the first experience like that. So there are other cultures and other countries which live through permanent wars, but still, you know, many people relate to this, that it's something very difficult to speak about. And then how do we do research, and because social research is very logocentric, you know, it's all based on words, all these media discourse, interviews, it's all about words. But if you lack words to talk about something, so what happens here? We have this ambition to develop these sense-articulate methods using, performance or, artistic expressions, theater. And for this, I work with this great colleague, Yana Mochnik, who is of Slovenian origin, and she has done a lot of research on women who lived through sexual violence during the war in Bosnia. But she's also a certified psychologist, so we will develop these methods together. But these methods, they also raise the third problem that I see. It's about ethics. And, and the question, the way how I formulate it, do we as researchers have the right to get all the knowledge? We develop our new methods, to go beyond discourse, beyond logocentricity, but what are the limits? Is everything up for academic knowledge? And here I'm very much inspired by, it's an article from, it's Yves Tak and Wayne Yan. It's called Air Word, Refusing Research, something like that. It's about decolonial perspective. It's from indigenous academics. And they say there that, not all knowledge, that academia does not deserve to have all knowledge. Some knowledge should stay beyond academia. And I think I want to finish my presentation with the following. A new affect-centered feminist agenda in migration research in times of military conflicts requires new ethical approaches which go beyond what the academic industrial complex so far has to offer. Perhaps there is the knowledge that, paraphrasing Yves Tak and Wayne Yan, we as researchers do not deserve. And perhaps some forms of knowledge do not need to become research. To practice refusal by marking, and here I quote, what is off limits, what is not up for grabs or discussion, what is sacred and what can't be known, is an important starting point for the ethical feminist research in times of the war. Thank you very much.
I'd like to invite you for discussion. Thank you very much, Olga, for your lecture, thought-provoking, and which raises really a lot of questions to think of. Ali, please.
I've missed a few first minutes, and I had some concerns about how your empirical cases were described, but my question is more like umbrella question, and if to formulate it super shortly, it is whose effects count and whose effects do not. I'm sure there is some hierarchy of whose effects are important, and just maybe you could comment on how this hierarchy is different or not different from other hierarchies in society.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think this is also a problem with affect in general in social research, because this is what many say, that it's also, first it's, sometimes it's a way also to individualize something that is political and social. So this is a very good, but also these hierarchies, affective hierarchies are much more difficult to trace or to discuss, because when you claim that it's your affect or your feelings, then it becomes like this stop. So, and it also a lot of this comes from activism, actually, I would say, this like minding personal boundaries and so on. But this is precisely what I'm interested in, what it means for academic research with this idea of partial objectivity, and where are we also have, what are these contestations between so-called academic freedom and, personal feelings and and politics, so to say, if it replies to your question. I'm not ready to, I mean, I think I take it as a comment and something to think about in the project.
I'm very pleased to hear this presentation because it goes very in line with my project, which I am also participating in some university. So we are working on a very similar topic, on a very similar approach. It's about geopolitics, it's about affective citizenship, it's about how forced migrants interact with host societies, how they interact with each other. But we have, of course, differences, but I can only confirm that I'm very pleased to hear that Sweden now somehow opens the same area, the same level, the same discussions that we have in other countries. But the question I have is an empirical one, and for me it's interesting. I would like to ask about empirical similarities, because as far as I understand, so you have this triangle of civil wars in former Yugoslavia, and then this triangle Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine. And how do you find it somehow similar to be compared? In which way and why? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Svitlana. No, it's not about comparisons. I just say that there is not so much research about conviviality in the times of the military conflict, and that is why when I was looking at this research, so the only research I found was related to the war in former Yugoslavia. But there is no direct comparison here at all. And here I'm interested in, because what happens, I think, and there was, like, especially in 2022, there were many of these examples of conflicts between, for example, migrants from Russia and migrants from Ukraine, and this is very understandable. But there are also other kinds of relations. So we are interested, how this daily life communication happens, and how geopolitics frames this communication. So more in this line, but no comparison at all.
You have another comment, but you probably would like to elaborate on some of it. Just unlike with of course. Probably it could be also better to go to the literature about diasporic connections between post-Soviet migrants before 2014, because there is a rich literature about how this how these networks and how these groups have been built, on which level, on which base, and how they have been disrupted after 2014. So even in Sweden we have a few articles about the Sofia Wojciech and others, but in the context of Britain, for example, so there are a lot of discussion about, and also from empirical cases, how, for example, the post-Soviet communities speaking Russian has gone through some transition and change after 2014.
Yeah, thank you, Svitlana. I appreciate this comment. There is also this interesting case of the trade union in Sweden that represents these migrants from the Baltic, Russian-speaking migrants from the Baltic states, Central Asia, Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine, because many of them work in very shadow economy, and now they started organizing. So this is another example, precisely what you say, is diasporic communities and what happens with them. Because the article I read in media, it was also about that the war in Ukraine was the biggest challenge for this trade union, because, what to do now? So what holds you together? So I think I'm really interested in this, what happens in these relations. And then also what affective hierarchies emerge and re-emerge, and how they're renegotiated. Yeah.
I have also the question. Thank you very much for your fascinating presentation. And my question is about this notion of personal is political, because tomorrow I will present my research, which is about the experience of first displaced female scholars. And since I belong to this group as well, every time when I conduct interview, I had this feeling that I conduct interview with myself. And at the same time, I'm aware the distance should be, and I also remember your article about the solidarity during the war, and you mentioned this neutral position, somehow also interesting, this neutrality in this case. So maybe you can comment this, how to, the balance between personal and political, and this research positionality, and how to do with all of this.
Well, I wish I knew. I don't know, because because in that project, I was perceived as neutral, but I was not neutral, and I don't. Here I'm in line. Here I'm on the same page as Haraway. I don't think that neutrality is a good position. To be honest. Yeah, I don't. All my research has personal aspect, even if it's not too personal. It's always have some political stake for me, and but this is what we also will have to address in this with these methodological workshops. Also, because I also know that sometimes my political commitment influences the way how I recruit people in interviews. I work with this conscious. I try to avoid to unwork this, because I know, I see very clearly how it affects me. But I'm afraid that not everyone admits this so explicitly. So that's why I want us in the project to talk. We are 30 people or even more. So to talk about this, what will be our how your experience will influence the way how you talk to people, how you perceive what they say, and so on. And I don't say that we can fix this or correct this in some way or another, but we have to be open about this. And for some, it's also, we have very different disciplinary backgrounds. For us in feminist research, it's quite commonplace. Most of us do this. But for some other disciplines in social science, it's not commonplace. So I think it's important to discuss this from the very beginning.
But the question then, for example, because I agree that it should be the place to be explained, in the beginning, yes? Just your positionality, and also impossibility to discover this boundary and to keep this boundary. But the point is that beyond feminist field, the question can come, that it's too personal, that
yes.
you involve your personality, your personal affects into research, and then blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I know that's Tatiana, what you say. And I think many Ukrainian scholars would very much sympathize with what you say, because there is a lot of critique, that what the Ukrainians say about the war is not counted because they are affected by the war. This is precisely what this is about. Well, I don't know how to. I don't say that we will change the whole understanding. Of course, there will be still people who think and say in this way, but I work in this tradition for such a long time, and no one tells me this. So there are ways. You need to be bold about this. But you need to be also open about this. You need to say, yes, I am influenced, but you also need to be self-reflexive in a sense to see the limits of the knowledge that you produce. Do not claim that your knowledge represents, the whole society, the whole country, and so on. This is what scholars also, critical scholars also sometimes, I would say, not very honest about, that they are partially objective as well. So something like that, I think. But it also depends on because I work in gender studies. I'm affiliated. For me, it's no issue. But I also know that if you are in German academia, it's also very different cultures, and this I'm well aware of course. But it comes with the symbolical capital. What can I say?
I also have some comments, probably not questions, but maybe we can engage in dialogue about these things. I will start with a short comment on in relation to the one of the questions which you discussed, which you presented in the beginning, Olga. It's about state officers who work, for instance, in migration offices. I think that many of us who encounter the situation, we know that the majority of people who work there, they are women, and the same actually also as in tax offices. And these are the places where you can see really very emotional debates or very emotional attitudes on behalf of the people who come to migration offices. And then I understand that actually women on the other side of the desk, actually they are there precisely because they can bear this, they can tolerate it, they can actually somehow deal with really angry people. And so it's really, so it's really funny that women who for so long were considered to be too emotional, actually they tolerate emotions which men cannot in these places. Second point is about the privilege of partial perspective, as Donna Harlow. It's actually interesting that for us, for gender scholars, the questions of feminist epistemologies are of primary importance, and we all know, and we are quite aware and very critical about this partiality of our approach, and we don't believe and we don't even want to hear about the objective knowledge, because that's something, that's a fiction. It doesn't really exist. But there are too many scholars in other disciplines who do not know anything about feminist epistemology, who have no idea about gender studies, and who actually pretend to represent the objective side. And of course, the entire history of philosophy is about that search of truth and objectivity. So it would be actually good if feminist skepticism about skepticism or kind of this critical stance on the production of knowledge would be also influential in other disciplines. And speaking of the knowledge which we produce and how effective is it, or how why we cannot be neutral, actually I'm using another word. It's not about effect or emotions, it's about engagement. And I have also published some text on where I'm discussing why do we need actually the engaged knowledge, and the engagement means a particular type of engagement with the theory. We choose theories, and we are not neutral about the theoretical frameworks. It's also about engagement with the object when we do not conceal the fact that we are producing knowledge from a particular point of view, from a particular perspective, and therefore we are producing knowledge which, I mean, this kind of engagement means that we are quite open about that, what we are doing, and from which standpoint, from which position this knowledge has been done and has been developed. And also it's interesting that in French, for instance, the word engagement or s'engager means also to be passionate about the object. So it's not only about a particular type of relations, a particular form of interaction with the object and field which we study, but it's also about this kind of passion which is actually also which has to do with the affect. And probably one question which is not really a remark, but more like not a comment, but more like a question. Speaking of geopolitics and affective turn, from your observations, Olga, how do you think, to which extent those fields, like for instance political sciences, where the question of geopolitics is one of the major objects, are they I don't know, are they sensitive, or do they accommodate somehow or appropriate the issues related to affective politics and gender-related issues? Because from my point of view, political sciences are quite how to say, quite ignorant about gender approach, and we know, of course, feminist political theories, but it doesn't mean that the mainstream political sciences actually is open for affective turn and for other gender-related theories.
Thank you very much. I can start with this question because I skipped one slide actually about affect and politics, and because I felt it was a bit probably unnecessary, but it very much relates to your question because now with this, because you know this forcible displacement happens in times when there is a lot of investment into anti-migration sentiment in the European Union, which is now coined in political science as this affective polarization. And this affective polarization is a process, and this term comes from political science, but they look negatively at affect. And also with the rise of this illiberal populism, many like conventional political scientists, they would see affect as dangerous for politics and for democracy and for liberal democracy, because it's because democracy should be based on rational consensus of rational individuals, and affect has no place in this. And this is, and we also know that a lot of critique of the far right is that their politics are affective, and that's why they become so successful, because they don't rationalize their hate. They just promote the hate. So a lot of literature speaks about that. But what we look a bit at is whether affect can be also a tool for radical democracy, and it's very like Chantal Mouffe, I would say, who is one of the few. She's not a political scientist; she's a political philosopher, but she talks about this, how affect can be used for turning antagonism into agonism and to tame. She talks about the taming affect, like discipline affect for democratic needs. But it's very, so I would say conventional political science affect is bad, but non-conventional political science, yes, there is they see some potential in affect. But it can be also quite dangerous, I would say, because Chantal Mouffe in this latest book on the left populism, she actually suggests that the left should do the right do. They should appropriate affect, and that's how they will become attractive to people. But but you know, it's can be good, but it can also get out of proportion. You know, but it's a good.
It's actually interesting. I just realized it's also let's also go back to the question of discursive construction or preconditions of emotions and of different state of emotional arousal. And as an example, I would take the recent statement of Trump, I hate Taylor Swift. So when Trump says, I hate Taylor Swift, it means actually that this is a speech act. So in the sense that he knows that saying that he hates, actually he claims that he hates. But on the other hand, it doesn't really have any relation to a particular type of emotions, a particular type of emotional state, or actually it just meant to be said, to be discursively articulated. And there, of course, there are many things like that, and I'm also very much interested in the question of this border between nature and culture in the studies of emotions. Also in what concerns the study of bodily performances. And it's my pleasure to welcome here Lidiya Lisovska, the Doctor of Economics, Professor of the Department of Management and Organizations from Lviv, Lviv Polytechnic National University, and Kateryna Protsak, Associate Professor of the Department of Management of Organizations from the same Lviv Polytechnic National University. And we have our first presentation on the topic which you can see here on the slide, and it's my pleasure to invite you, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this event. We are glad to be part of it and confident that together we will achieve a positive results. We are pleased to present the results of our research, which we have been conducting since the beginning of the war in Ukraine. The aim of the study is to identify the factors that make it difficult for women, internally displaced persons, to find work and integrate into the new socio-economic environment in other regions of Ukraine. We consider women's desire to stay in the community for a longer period of time as successful integration. Our study that we are presented is a part of the project titled Advocacy Support for Internally Displaced Women in the Western Regions of Ukraine. To achieve this goal, a survey was conducted in 4 regions of Western Ukraine in 1992 and 1994 among IDP women. The study was conducted in 3 stages, the timing of which is presented on the slide. The survey was conducted using a qualitative method with a certain frequency to identify trends in the lives of internally displaced women. The data obtained are representative. The sampling error does not exceed 5% with a probability of 0.95. The first stage of our study demonstrates that 7 months after the beginning of the war, internally displaced women have partially adapted to the changes, but most of them found it difficult to determine their emotional state, 38%, or noted it as negative, 19%. Most IDP women were unable to work remotely at their previous pre-war place at work in host cities. 3 months later, a follow-up survey was conducted with the same sample. The survey found that 37 of women had managed to find a job in their field of study, while another 15% were working in less skilled jobs than before the war. Another 5% of IDP women started their own business or got better positions than before the war. However, the rest of the women had problems finding employment. The survey results are significantly related to the fact that qualification and skills of the women surveyed do not meet the needs of the local labor market. Slide 7 shows that in these communities the qualification and skills of IDP women meet the needs of the local labor market only by about half. This means that there is a need for retraining and adaptation to new working conditions. It has been identified that women face numerous challenges in the labor market, including limited career opportunities, insufficient social guarantees, and support from local authorities.
The third stage of the study showed insignificant changes in the key indicators of internally displaced women needs in answering the question, does your qualification respond to the local labor market? Such needs are related to the fact that some internally displaced women leave communities and new ones arrive to their place, that is internal migration displaced people. Adaptation, integration, and employment of internally displaced women are closely linked to their emotional state. Requent shelling the threats of military action across Ukraine make the emotional state of most women negative. The third stage was focused on whether women wanted to change their profession or retrain in the local labor market. After 2 years of war, this was a relevant question. According to the results, Krasiliska community is a leader among these communities, where 64% of women said they wanted to retrain and had already taken the first steps in this direction. The top 5 communities also include Gorodotska, Zdolbunivska, Kopečenecka, and Ternopilska. These results demonstrate the existence of such a need and the favorable condition created by local governments, local residents, volunteer organizations, and international projects. The lack of need for professional change can be explained by an attractive local labor market, employment with the existing professional level, the ability to work remotely at the previous place of work. The third stage also examined changes in women adaptation to community life. Positive changes in terms of the adaptation occurred in all the communities studied. At least on the first of the respondents fell part on the community over the past 6 months. After living in the community for some time, IDP women begin to adapt to the new conditions and integrated into the environment. The results of the study present on slide 10 show that there is direct correlation between positive changes in the integration of IDP women and their emotional state. The third stage involved studying the phenomena of discrimination in territorial communities. Discrimination has different causes on different actors. For example, IDP women often experience discrimination from employers. Employers consider IDP women as a temporary situation. Overcoming discrimination was observed in Ternopilska, Berezhanska, and Zdolbunivska communities. We also studied the issue of the desire to start a business at the third stage. The majority of such women are in the Kopečenecka territorial community. However, I would also like to highlight Krasilivska community, where 34% wanted to start their own business and half of the women have already done so. In general, these results can be explained by the active work of community stakeholders who create a favorable environment. The summarizing question of the third stage was about women's determination to stay in their communities for a longer period of time. The answers to the question show what there are significant fluctuations the answers of the respondents. Fluctuations are observed with 5%. However, it should be emphasized that the number of people who plan to stay in the community for a longer time has increased. The slide showed the community in which IDP women plan to stay. We also identified communities where a large percent of women plan to live. In particular, his category included the Підволочиська territorial community. Every third woman does not plan to stay in this community. It should be noted that there is a positive trend in this issue for this community. This figure used to be higher with every second woman planning to live. Instead, the situation is different. In Zdolbunivska and Braznivska communities, for these communities, the number of internally displaced women who do not want to stay in the community has increased.
The results of our research are used to develop and implement policies, programs, and projects aimed at improving living conditions and ensuring equal opportunities for internally displaced women. This information plays an important role in formulating solutions and strategies aimed at reducing the inequalities and challenges faced by internally displaced women. It serves as a basis for the development of community development strategies. In particular, I want to say that our department, the Management of Organization, is the author of the methodology for assessing the gender impact of the implementation, the actions of a community development strategy. Thank you for your attention, and we will be happy to answer the questions.
Thank you very much, Lidiya, Kateryna, and now we have several minutes up to 10, but no more than 10, for discussion. If you have comments or questions, please ask. And also, as we talked before, in case if there are Ukrainian colleagues who would like to pose questions in Ukrainian, please do. Because, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for this presentation, very interesting and important data. And my question is about motivation of women's desire to start own business in such difficult conditions. And what do you think about main reasons, what influence to this desire? And the next question, did you see in your study the strong connection between forced and motivation to start own business?
Our women that we are studied haven't any money to live in western regions in Ukrainian, because the common problems for Western Ukrainian community is the lack of job. We have so many services, but today in work conditions, these services is closed or выехали, or for the east of moves for east of Poland and to Hungary, to Austria or to Litauen. Why not? And that's why when these women lives in western regions in Ukraine, they have so many money. They have money, they have lack of money from and very little money from others, from government, from Ukrainian government, and they must to to start a job because they must live in these conditions in Western Ukrainian, because I think they have to wait their husbands from war. That's why in these conditions with child, it's very difficult to live without money. This is I think is the main challenge for every women in Ukraine overall.
Thank you so much. Is it easy to start business when you move from one place to another place? How many times is necessary for it?
I think it's very difficult problems because in these conditions we have not the people in Ukraine have not enough money to buy new products and new services and so on and explore new competitors on the market. That's why they must be дуже переконливі. To convince must be very convinced to the future customers to buy their products or to buy their service in this labor market.
By the way, is it the best way to earn money than looking for job in a new place? Yeah.
Yes, but we have lack of job opportunities. And your questions was about time, what they need to start business. I think they can continue, for example, one day for virtual individual entrepreneurship. Sorry, they can make this online. You can't go to other institutions. Can from home register their business, own business.
I actually have a comment here. We had a very interesting master's research 1 year ago, 1 year and a half, by Ukrainian scholar Olga, and she conducted research. I think it was brilliant research, but also it was extremely difficult to do it by both ethical reasons, security reasons, and other issues which Ukrainian scholars are dealing with now. And it was about women who started to work in this, how's it called, scam jobs, something like, this kind of not quite legal, there is a gray actually zone of businesses, and there are so many, precisely because it's very difficult to get a legal job, but also to earn enough, and therefore there is a huge area of this kind of really scam jobs and gray zone in which women unfortunately are now engaged.
Thank you. It's true. True. It's true.
Or do we have other questions? I had actually just a very simple question. Maybe you had it on the first slide. If not, what is the, if you have some idea, what is the total number of internally displaced people now in Ukraine? And if to compare it to 2014, I don't know, for instance, were there any figures about internal displacement after 2014 and now?
I don't know overall in Ukraine, but I can point that I can tell that in Ukraine, in Lviv region, we have about 200,000 displaced person overall. Only in Lviv, but it's very dynamic figures. Very dynamic because one woman stayed at our community, the other came abroad. That's why we can. I don't know. The discussion is about how many abroad women now is about 8 billion of people, 10 million of people, and we always tell that this will be a great problem, demographic for Ukrainian university, for Ukrainian jobs and working overall for economy, from social economic environment. And we are pleased to back to Ukraine on all young people and especially students. We have some project to engage the students from abroad to Lviv, to West Ukraine, and to Kyiv, and so on. It will be very great problems after victory, after other victory.
Yes, understandable. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have this diapason between 3 and 7 million
Within the country.
So according to the UNHCR, so this organization, this global organization, we have 3 and 7 million people, but according to the Ukrainian statistics, we have 4 and 9. So we have a diapason in almost 1 and 5 million people. So it's internally displaced. In 2014, it was 1 and 3 millions. And externally displaced, it's around 6 millions, of which 4 and 2 millions are temporarily protected. So around 6 millions in general, but temporary protection around 4 millions, 4 and 2.
Well, thank you very much for this clarification. Yes, thank you. It's very actually helpful to know. Right, colleagues, do we have more questions or comments? Yes, please, Andrei.
I have a short comment. You were showing these figures, people telling whether they would go elsewhere in Ukraine or go to another country and so on. And these figures were quite different between municipalities of Ternopilska Oblast. So what are the main reasons for these differences?
Чому Тернопільської області? Бо Катерина має, я зрозуміла, просто вона безпосередньо робила то дослідження, і вона може краще це відповісти. Чому всередині Тернопільської області такі різні значення тих осіб, які хочуть залишитися, які хочуть виїхати за кордон? Ти можеш пояснити?
Так, можна на українську.
Це дослідження, воно було досить різностороннє, і ми тут зосередилися лише на тих, які що стосується працевлаштування. Чи ви розумієте, чи то буде перекладати?
Андрій говорить українською.
Ага. Гаразд.
Окей, дякую.
Бо воно було міжнародне, глобальне. І, власне, що стосується інших регіонів, в тому числі Тернопільської області, це було виявлено, що з різних регіонів були переселені. І в кожного були якісь певні свої емоційний стан різний. Відрізнялося, якщо переселялися з великих міст, і вони очікували зі Сходу, вони там заробляли вищі зарплати були, ніж були на заході України, бо там були великі промислові підприємства.
Харків, Дніпропетровськ,
Донецьк, Краматорськ, там дуже багато. І вони були там промислово розвинуті, в них були високі зарплати. І тому саме дослідження, воно стосувалося різних аспектів. Комусь потрібно було більше підтримки психологічної, комусь потрібно було більше допомоги з дітьми, а хтось хотів себе реалізувати фінансово, і вони вибирали більше як Львівську область і такі більше західні регіони. Тому це пояснюється, звідки приїхали в Тернопільську. І там за цим проєктом була різна допомога. І чому 3 етапи? Тому що впроваджувалися якісь заходи, і ми кожен раз хотіли подивитися, чи є, по-перше, виявити запити, кому що потрібно, в якому регіоні, з тих переміщених жінок, тому що ми могли їм пропонувати щось стосовно працевлаштування, а виявиться так, що вона не була в ресурсі емоційному працювати, вона мусила відновитися. І тому ми вже дивилися, спочатку виявили ці потреби, запити, і після цього вже громадські організації, допомога, ми вже там впроваджували і різну підтримку. І вже потім через другий, третій етап ми дивилися, наскільки змінилася ситуація, наскільки вони дали результат, ті наші, та наша допомога. І тому це воно було впродовж 3 етапів, і ми, власне, порівнюємо. Але, власне, в сьогоднішній нашій доповіді ми хочемо порівняти стосовно можливостей жінок працевлаштуватися, і ми тут акцент зробили, власне, на цьому.
Я хочу ще додати, розумієте, Тернопільська область всі хочуть жити і працювати в центрі обласному. Тобто в Тернополі там більше можливостей, так само як діаспора хоче за кордоном виїхати і жити, там, наприклад, в Києві там, чи в Кьольні, але вона не хоче жити там, де є менше можливостей працевлаштувати. І тому, якщо, наприклад, більше можливостей для працевлаштування, це означає пов'язано обов'язково, що людина хоче тут залишитися. Вона довше буде перебувати на тій території, ком'юніті. А якщо вона не знайшла роботу, це буде означати автоматично, що вона буде покидати, бо дуже мало жінок залишаються без роботи, вони просто не можуть тут вижити фінансово. Дуже зменшується щороку, ви розумієте, ті виплати, і щомісячно, і щопівроку. І це залежить від територіальної громади. Є такі територіальні громади, які мають ради внутрішньо переміщених осіб. І там є легша ситуація. У Львові, наприклад, нема такої ради. Це залежить від, ви розумієте, наприклад, мера Садового, він надає на це право створювати таким громадським організаціям ВПО, а це дуже їм допомагає. Вони тоді роблять спільні проекти, спільну інформацію, розумієте, вони мають свої соціальні мережі, вони тоді більше працевлаштовуються, і це для них більш привабливо. А якщо, наприклад, вони віддалені, десь там, наприклад, там депресивні райони, у нас теж в Львівській області дуже багато депресивних, то автоматично вони виїжджають тоді за кордон. Автоматично, вони навіть не затримуються. Там пару днів, тиждень і зразу їдуть. Навіть не виїжджають. Але в основному ви розумієте, що Львів є переповнений, і немає можливості для підтримки, і для нас поселення і так далі. А там, де є більше можливості поселитися і жити, наприклад, там от Самбірський район, Старосамбірський район, то туди люди не хочуть їхати, бо вони там не мають що робити. У мене там і особисто, наприклад, є знайомі, знаєте, жінки, які там виїхали, вони не можуть влаштуватися. Вони працюють по 12 годин, і вони за 12 годин мають $100 на місяць. Ви розумієте, за це неможливо прожити на території України зараз. Це величезна проблема.
Дякую, я дуже коротко
Дякую.
So the very short summary is that these differences are related, first of all, to where internally displaced people come from. But then also this is determined by the fact that municipalities themselves provide different opportunities for employment. So some have more opportunities than others. And then the third thing is that IDPs in some of these municipalities, they form communities, rady, so that they can more cooperate, they're well networked. If there is no such community, if it is not well networked, then people would just tend to go further westwards and outside Ukraine, basically.
Дякую.
So thank you very much.
Дякую.
Now, let me remind you that we are discussing in this panel the questions of the challenges for professional identity and the new states of labor. And now we have something very different geographically and also in content. I would like to invite Dovilė Žemaitaitytė from Vilnius University. And Dovilė will present a paper which is called Navigating Displacement, the Experiences of Syrian Women in Southeast Turkey Post-Earthquake. Dovilė, do you have also presentations or not?
I have a small one, but I'm sure I can find it here.
So just close.
Yes, okay.
It seems like you didn't change it.
Yeah.
Stop.
Your screen is sharing there. There, it's written.
Maybe just change the screen. Let's stop share and then do it again.
But it. So, good afternoon, everyone. Huh? Okay. Oh, yes, perfect. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dovilė Žemaitaitytė. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm very pleased to speak here at this conference and to talk about the very strong woman that I met last spring in southeast Turkey. You can see me here. I will share with you some photographs that I've taken in my when I was on the field. I will show to you more of them later about the small details that cause happiness to people over there. So. Yeah, the title of my presentation is Navigating Displacement, the Experiences of Syrian Women in Southeast Turkey Post-Earthquake. In preparing this presentation, I drew on data collecting during field work in a Syrian camp for earthquake survivors in Southeast Turkey this past May. So after overcoming numerous bureaucratic hurdles, which indeed took time, a lot of time, almost 1 year, I was able to obtain permissions and spend a week in the camp. And during this time, I was able to conduct 26 interviews, mostly with women, not just with women, but mostly with them, and gained real insight into their realities. So today I want to take you on a journey with me into the lives of Syrian women who, after fleeing the horrors of war, found refuge in southeast Turkey. And however, their refuge was short-lived, as they faced yet another devastating tragedy, we can call it that also, which was the earthquake, last year's earthquake. So imagine losing your home not once, but twice. First to war and then to natural disaster. And for many women, this is their life, actually, for many of those families that are living right now over there. So my presentation will delve into the conditions of these women now face, particularly in terms of their labor, livelihood, and their ongoing pursuit of happiness, drawing on the reflections of Sara Ahmed on happiness as an existential issue for a displaced person. So, happiness in the context of loss and dispossession. Sara Ahmed's conception of the melancholic migrant is deeply relevant when we consider the experiences of these women. They have lost so much, not just home. Yeah, they have lost family members, loved ones. So it's truly possible that they can find themselves in a state of melancholy. And yet, as far as I saw, they continue to look for happiness. And for them, happiness is not just an abstract ideal. It's a tangible need, closely tied to safety, to stability, if there is some, they created themselves actually, and tranquility, absence of violence. And in these camps, happiness also can be seen as an act of resistance. It is found in small victories, securing a meal for their children, or simply surviving another day. As one woman said to me when I asked what happiness means to her, now she told me that, quote, today we have food and that's enough. Yes, also happiness is also elusive, complicated by the context of threats to their safety over there and dignity. So a little bit about the labor. So usually in these conditions, the labor market is often undervalued, like they are undervalued in the labor market. As another woman shared her story about how her husband can't work due to health issues after the earthquake, And now she's the one who goes to work in the fields and provides for her family. I've heard not only one woman, but quite few women that are forced to go to work on fields that is of course not really well paid, and conditions are very harsh. And of course sometimes labor provides a sense of purpose and fulfillment for women. And let me share you one example of a truly brave woman who was left by her husband after the earthquake with her children alone, but she managed to start a local hair cutting and makeup business in the camp. As she said, this was my passion and hobby when I still had a carefree life back in Syria, but now it has become a way to support my children. She added that she never thought that she would have to work and feel stronger because of it. However, more often it serves as a stark reminder of their displacement and the existing conditions. So the pursuit of happiness in these circumstances is fraught with challenges, but it also reveals the resilience and determination of these women. Another example is a woman who studied English in Syria, and she still dreams of becoming an English teacher. However, she cannot return to her studies because she has to take care of her children right now. But despite that, her dream keeps her moving forward, and she continues to improve her skills independently. She was very happy and she tried to speak with me in English as much as she could. So yeah, challenges, then hopes for Syrian women in Southeast Turkey. For Syrian women living in the camps of Southeast Turkey, the cultural roles of caregivers and homemakers continue to define their daily lives, even amid the profound disruptions caused by conflict and displacement. Traditionally, these roles have been central to their identity. So it's like traditional model, we could call it that way. And also they have to maintain the social and cultural ties within the community, which are very important to them also. And in the camps where these women live, those camps are of course marked by poor living conditions. So it's limited access to clean water, healthcare, education, and these difficulties women face in finding stable work and maintaining their well-being. Of course, there are other women who have built strong family units, and they benefit from the stability of having, for example, healthy and capable, willing husbands who are eager to work. And so here we come back to the traditional roles, which often place women primarily at home, especially when raising children, or if those women whose children are older or who have fully recovered from illness find themselves in better circumstances. While speaking with them, I began to see smiles returning to their faces. They were more hopeful about the future, but for others, it's not even close to that. So to support these women as they cope with the immense loss, they faced losing their homes, their livelihoods, and in many cases their loved ones. Psychologists visit the camp weekly. These mental health professionals provide vital counseling and support, helping women process their trauma and find ways to adapt to their new reality. And like maybe 5 women, they mentioned it to me that I am going to speak with a psychologist, and it helps me. I'm happy that we have this opportunity here in the camp. Language barriers present another significant challenge for these women. Many are trying to learn Turkish, often with limited resources. in the hope of improving their employment prospects in the future and better integrating into the local society. Language acquisition is not just a practical necessity, but also could be seen as a symbol of their desire to rebuild their lives and provide for their families in this new reality. And it remains exceptionally challenging for these women as they are confined to a decently populated area far from the city. This camp that I visited is 40 kilometers from the city, literally in the field area. So they now are surrounded solely by other Arabic speakers. Despite the many hardships, the hope of establishing a new home and a better future for the children drive these women forward. Their efforts to adapt, learn, and persevere reflect a deep resilience rooted in their roles as caregivers and homemakers. By holding on to these roles, they are not only preserving their cultural identity, but also laying the groundwork for their eventual reintegration into a stable and secure life. In conclusion, the experiences of Syrian women in Southeast Turkey highlight the complex interplay between displacement and the pursuit of happiness. Their stories reveal not only the hardships they endure, but also the resilience and the small but significant ways they strive for a better life. And right now I would like to show you some photographs that I've taken while I was in the camp. So 1 year ago, 20,000 people were living in this camp only. Right now, 5,000 people live here. Others who had possibility to, who had maybe their businesses not, let's see, it's a huge earthquake, yeah? So lots of factors, fabrics, and other places that they were working or they were owning had collapsed. So if you are lucky enough, maybe you lost your home but you haven't lost your business, then after some times you were able to move out from the camp to the city again. Yes, so that you could understand. This is the inside. Most of the homes looks the same actually. Yeah, one of the women was showing me that she has also a perfume and something like placed nicely. Yes, and of course, as I am a guest, so this is the best that they have over there. Some of them even have gardens, and of course for garden you need water, you need time, you need effort, and they are also very happy and showing this to me as their pride. Yeah, some of them have cars, and this is one of the biggest symbol of happiness over there, the AC, because you know that the weather is very hot. So kids and everyone, and I had a possibility to be there when the new AC came. So it was a big thing for all family.
And the overall temperature was over 40?
In May it was close to 40, but in summer, yes, it's 40. Mm-hmm. Then we have another like perfume shop in the camp, and they have school. They have school over there, and football field. And of course, I was invited for a dinner once. So this was they make the eggplant kebab or patlıcan kebab when they are inviting special guests. So I had honor to be there. Yes. So thank you.
Thank you, Dovilė. And now it's time for questions and comments. Please, Andrew.
Thank you, Dovilė, for exposing your really impressive fieldwork. My question is about the dynamics between you as researcher and people in quite subordinate or vulnerable position. If you feel comfortable, could you comment on what did they expect from you as researcher, or what did they want from you as researcher?
Yeah. Yes, it's a very good question actually, because yes, I was perceived as a probably a head of a migration department or something like that. I was, of course, always asking for the permission. Would you speak with me? Do you want to speak with me? Because it will be used. And I'm from university, but it seems that they weren't. They didn't want to hear that. And sometimes I had one or few times when they asked, like, are you able to just help us to move to Canada? It was most of the time it was Canada, Germany, or Sweden. And when I said that no, unfortunately I cannot, they refused to speak with me. I had these conditions. Then we need to give numbers, to people, our phone numbers or at least emails, so that if they change their mind, they can contact with us, with some of them I would really like to keep in touch, but that's also exhausting because they really like few. First month I was just on the Google Translator from Arabic to helping and writing them back, and it was their hopes towards me were huge, actually huge, and I was feeling very unstable, like psychologically after that 1 week, because I was feeling that I cannot give them what they imagine that I can, and I was expecting that when I come they will be like, oh, another European is coming, but no, it was not like that. Like almost 1 year they haven't seen anyone, because the Turkish government doesn't allow people to come. I was very lucky, so they saw me as something different. I can change their life maybe. So yeah.
Dovilė, actually I had a question, and maybe I should have posed it before, the question of Andrei. How did you start this research? I mean, what was the ground? Did you come there first for some sort of humanitarian aid mission, or you came precisely as a researcher? And how's the very idea of conducting research on Syrian displaced people came about?
Yeah, thank you. So I am Turkologist myself. I have finished studies in Vilnius University, then in Turkey. I have lived there for 2.5 years, and 10 years in total. I'm going back and forth, living between two countries. So first, at 2014, I was in Turkey. I was studying back then in university in Turkey, and it was the time when the migration crisis started. So from the curiosity, I went to southeast Turkey, to the closest to the border as I could, to see it. I was very curious back then, just to see it. Then to the Lesbos island. I talked with the captain, with other peoples that I could find, just truly from curiosity. I wanted to understand, and yes, almost after 10 years, less than 10 years, I decided that my PhD I would like to relate with this idea, because also the earthquake. I have been in 4 years ago, 2020, in Izmir. There was also a huge earthquake, 7.1, and I was there. I saw it. It's a experience that I still to this day I cannot understand, because you are like, I don't have words for this to this day. So when I found out about this earthquake, I was willing to go to the region back then, but I couldn't. I was not allowed. They weren't in the need for Turkish translators back then because it was too risky. So yeah, actually it was from the way I had before.
But it also means that as a researcher, you conducted your interviews in Turkish or in English?
With the people that I was willing to speak in Turkish and they felt comfortable, yes, in Turkish. If not, then Turkish Arabic translator. But still, Turkish is the main language that I am, writing from. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Yes, Natasha, please. Natasha, and then so we have 2 questions.
Thank you so much. I have one personal question for you. Did you have any support from international organizations in your research, such as maybe Migrants organization or UNDP?
How did I get those permissions? Yes, actually, it's not a secret. I have been working previously for 4 years in Turkish embassy in Lithuania. So first, I asked them if they can send my letter to the Ministry of Interior in Turkey because they are looking after all the camps in the region. So firstly, yes, it went with the embassy in Lithuania that they approved, that they know me, that they trust in me. So it went like this, but there was still no answer. Then I decided to write directly with the same embassies this letter to the local government in the city that I wanted to go, if they can provide me with like any information what to do next, to whom I should contact. And there was also no news. So in the end, I knew that everyone got my email, everyone got my documents. So I just went there to the doors. There is this oh my God, Afad. If some of you knows, they are controlling all the camps within the Turkey for refugees. So I just went to their doors and I said, I think you have my documents. This is me. Can we talk? And we talked, and they gave me permission over there.
I think I tried to clarify my question. It was about interest in your results from international organization. Maybe international migration organization or local UNDP office were interested in your research and your research results.
Actually, not yet, because it was in May. Then there was summer, and then we are here. So I hope.
Because it's very important for the activities, for their activities,
Yes.
their input in
Yes.
the decision of the.
Yes, I believe so. I'm just still very, I want this to be as made in as safe way for those people that it can be. So yeah, this is the first actually the first stage that I'm talking about, sharing what I've seen over there. Yes.
Thank you. We have another question.
Thank you so much. I had a question about languages, but we partly discussed it. I have 2 short questions. So first, did you have any opportunity to communicate with some of these women in Turkish? Because I suppose some of them can speak Turkish. And if these interviews somehow were you perceived as different, probably more richer or somehow more I don't know, in some way different than when you communicated through translation, through online translator. And then another question, it's a rather methodological one. So did you experience any challenges in approaching Afad as being a female researcher from Lithuania? And then if you had any challenges in getting the permission to speak with women, probably through their men, because I suppose that some communities have these limitations with whom a researcher can speak and in which way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So about the languages, yes, I was able to speak with few of them in Turkish, and yes, then it's actually the interview gets richer, but I think it gets richer from my side because I can understand them directly as I feel quite good in Turkish. But for them, when they start speak Arabic, then they're like more open. They're in their fauna. So I will come back to this first part of a question, and yes, when I went to Afad, I was not alone. I was with it's also from like university that I belong to. One of my teacher had a friend, a professor who is in that university, so actually I was kind of guided. Also, I needed a car, and so on and so on. So I'm very thankful to that professor, and we went together. So I wasn't alone, and of course he did the first entrance and everything, and introduction for me. So yes, that was truly helpful, I believe, in my case. Then when I came to the camp itself, I was given one of a Turkish guard, he was a man, and I was supposed to go everywhere with him, and he would listen. So yes, and he was a man. So actually, first day we were going more to speak with families, and then a husband wanted to speak, not woman. So after first day, I said, "Oh my God, I won't be able to reach any woman in the camp." but you know, you plan and God laughs. So somehow, when I came on second day, there was. The main director was not in the camp, and they said that he won't be this week anymore. And then the guard said, "You know, for me it's hard to translate, but I know one girl that is from the locals. She's Syrian herself, but she has beautiful Turkish because she went to school, to university. She's like almost your age." And she said, "Yes, I can help you." So with her, I got not only a good translator, a perfect one. She was really fluent in Turkish, and also I got the way to speak with women, and they were more open. And also because I went to camps at daytime, so most of the men were outside working somewhere. So they were like, "Oh, my husband is not here. Come, now let's have tea, and I will tell you everything." So, yeah.
Great. Yeah, okay. So we have just 2 more minutes for question and for quick answer. Yes, please.
I want to say thank you so much for your brave, that you was so brave, and you was able to, and you was ready to touch people's pain, because it was very, I think you faced by a lot of dramatic story. And I think it's very important to have this state and to do this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, actually, we are here. Yes, we are. Thank you, because it was not easy. Right now, maybe you see it different way, or you have to, because otherwise it's going to be very, very hard to proceed on working with this data. But yes, yeah.
Just I want to say I'm very thankful so much that you mentioned hope and resilience. I believe is the key words when you speak about displaced women, and I really appreciate that you mentioned this in your research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. So now we have the third paper in this panel, and as I understand, we have one colleague, Alekseeva from the University of Modern Knowledge in Kiev, who is going to be online, and Nicole Kronberger is from University of Linz, Yana Sanko University. Is she here?
Only Anna will present the paper.
Only Anna will represent it. Okay. So the paper's title is Subjective Well-Being of Migrants in the Context of Professional Identity Transformations. Hello, Anna. So now the floor is yours. Will you share the presentation, or you don't have any presentation?
Hello, I don't have a presentation, unfortunately, because our data collection is contingent now, and I try to describe the situation that we have now, and excuse me for I can't prepare presentation, no, but I try to explain this situation, and thank you very much for invitation. Can I?
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask you about the presentation only because if I would be of help to, I don't know, to share or something. If not, then it's perfect. So just please begin.
No, I understand yesterday it was later for sending presentation. Now maybe without presentation. Yes, my topic of my paper is subjective well-being of migrants in the context of professional identity transformations. Is good connection? Yes. Connection is good. Yes. Thank you. Military actions taking place in Ukraine have forced millions of Ukrainians to leave their homes in search of a safe place and to become refugees. The destiny is full of hardships. In particular, refugees may experience a state of cultural shock and discomfort, specifically due to the unusual norms and standards of behavior common to another culture and misunderstandings that arise with the local population. Thus, in a situation of migration, significant changes occur in a person's socio-cultural identity, namely a set of perceptions of their position in society, self-identification with different cultural models, role functions, and social institutions. In particular, as a result of the change of place of residence, there are significant changes in the social cultural identity of the individual, namely the national, linguistic, and professional identity of migrants. Changes in the space of professional identity are quite important. Due to the need to perform low-skilled activities, in particular loss of career opportunities and work not in the profession. Unfortunately, in Oyster, but before I working in Kiev, but now I live in Oyster and migration from Ukraine in Oyster, and this is very interesting situation for our research. In addition, this changes the class identity of migrants, namely their subjective and objective belonging to certain social stratum, which is certainly related to their social status. Thus, the change of place of residence leads to a crisis in the socio-cultural identity of migrants, which is characterized by the emergence of the ambivalent or mixed identity, various elements of which are undergoing a certain destruction and transformation. Namely, crisis processes take place in the context of persons' social, cultural, and social professional identification, inherently have an impact of their personal identity, causing a sense of confusion, powerlessness, lack of choice, despair, loss of control over life, and the ability to define and realize their significant life goals. Thus, the presence of certain internal contradiction among the elements of social cultural identity, negative changes in the context of social professional status encourage the individual to search for new elements of identity, to harmonize them and construct a new social cultural identity as a result. Successful overcoming of the identity crisis, in particular in the context of professional identity transformation, is a very important topic in the context of the study of the subjective well-being of Ukrainian forced migrants. The article presents the result of a survey of Ukrainians living in Austria. Total amount near 250 respondents, which aimed to determine the peculiarities of migrants' subjective well-being and changes in their professional identity. Integration studies were conducted with the Others questionnaire, aimed at determining various aspects of integration, as well as Oxford Happiness Questionnaire. Thus, according to the survey, only 11% of respondents work in their profession, while 25% don't work in the profession. Still, in the service sphere. The result is against that their life, but at the same time, Thus, according to the survey, only 11% of respondents work in their profession, while 25% don't work in their profession, including 12% in their service. Subjective well-being demonstrates that 62% of respondents consider their life to be good, but at the same time, 509% indicate that there is a significant discrepancy between two. Most likely in this case, we are talking about professional activities that do not correspond to the qualifications and previous experience of Ukrainian respondents. In addition, 35% of respondents that can't control their own lives. 40% say that it is difficult for them to make decisions. Thus, in a way to work in the specialty, degree of certainty can namely, the psychological will be realized by a rather high degree of ambivalence, which requires appropriate social and psychological support. Further research is aimed at establishing significant correlations between professional self-realization and the
Let's start then. To be almost on time. I'm glad to see you again, like second part of our very intense but fruitful and productive day. And my name is Tanya Artemovich and I will chair this panel. It's my great pleasure. And I invite, the title is Affective Discourse of Displacement, Emotions, Care and Infrastructure. And I invite our guest speaker, Yana Sanko, University of Lund,
The title of your presentation is "You Need to Monitor Them a Little Bit: The Ambivalence of Psychologization, the Refugee Experience." And several words about Yana. She will soon graduate from the master program in social anthropology. Already graduated. Congratulations. From the master program in social anthropology at the University of Lund. She is an independent researcher and poet. She worked in the tech industry for over 10 years before returning to academia. Her previous research focused on gendered emotional labor in a transnational business environment during the political crisis. Her research interests include forced migration, solidarity, care, and cohesion, resilience, and the politics of mental health, and multilingual experience. Yana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tanya, for such an introduction. So I'll do a couple of things to monitor time, because that's an issue. So I'll start with explaining the picture I'm using here for the title of my presentation. So it is a figurine of Belarusian police van, and it's made of prison bread. One of my study participants made it while being in prison and then managed to sneak it out. And now their family uses this figurine as a Christmas tree decoration for several years already. And I think it's very illustrative of different ways Belarusian political activists, people who experienced repression, deal with those extreme experiences, and that psychological way of dealing with them is only one of the many strategies they use. And other strategies include embedding, like using humor, narrativity, and embedding those experiences into their identity in different ways. So let me figure out how to navigate this presentation.
Maybe somebody can help us, because I think that we should make...
should it be full screen? Yeah.
Full screen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So just a traditional, I guess, reminder for any Belarusian presentation lately. 2020, we had mass protests, biggest in history of modern Belarus, against rigged presidential elections, when we had unprecedented scale of repression, which lasts till now for years already. And thousands of people repressed, and those numbers are only documented cases. Real numbers are much higher, obviously. And thousands of political prisoners and 6 political prisoners had died inside of prisons already. Many more are at risk because of severe treatment, refusal of care and health care, and critical health issues. So the situation is quite critical, and that explains why many people keep fleeing the country. And my you can see it. So my study, I've done an ethnographic study with Belarusian political activists who sought asylum in Lithuania. It was done throughout the 2 years I've been studying at master program at Lund University. And the picture here illustrates the piece of Belarusian-Lithuanian border. And many people most of the people I studied had to leave the country illegally. They already had no possibility to live in a more conventional ways. And I will not talk much about methods unless you ask me to, but we're anthropologists, we do participant observation and interviews, so that's what I did. Throughout the presentation, I will refer to this psi term, psi expertise, psi disciplines. I borrow that from Nicholas Rose. And it's a convenient and short way to refer to a variety of disciplines, including psychiatry, psychology, psychotherapy, or life coaching for that matter. Any of the disciplines that claim authority based on knowing human behavior, human psyche, human mental health, and stuff like that. So the curiosity for my study came from tension between several points. First of all, there seems to be a consensus about the need for psi help for ex-prisoners and for Belarusian refugees. And whenever I talk to people with non-academic background, they all are absolutely convinced that it's a good thing. So when I try to explain my study to some people outside of academia, they were surprised that there are some critical points about psychotherapy, because what's critical about it? And yeah, there is this belief that those severe experiences damage or kind of deform human psyche in some way, and that people after those experiences need to be treated. And there is some truth to it, because yes, they are extreme experiences, and yes, Psy experts can help in some ways. But then at the same time, when I'm talking about it to my colleagues from academia, there is this wide criticism of psychologization and spread of Psy technologies and social sciences. And it's particularly, there is like general critique about how it's bad for society in different ways, and then also the critique of medicalizing and pathologizing sadness or distress among various vulnerable groups. So for example, queer people or women or immigrants. And so when I talk to my academic colleagues, they are surprised that they have something positive to say about side discourse, because, you know, it's so problematic. And the criticism is fair. But then also I was thinking along those lines that psychopathology is always local, and always ways to deal with it, although it's presented as universal, the ways to deal with it are always related to particular historical, social, political, economic context. So there is no one universal Psy, although there is some critique claims it. And then, and in this sense, it was very helpful, tremendously helpful, the ability to refer to some previous research done by Tatiana Shutsova and other colleagues about psychotherapy and depression and mental health in Belarus before 2020. So it was very useful to be able to compare what I see in the diaspora to what they've seen there. And also, there are some convincing arguments for emancipatory and liberating potential of Psy discipline, and the need to politicize both distress and psychological work. And it comes both from social sciences, but also from Psy experts community themselves. And so, yeah, my research question sounded like this: how psychological help was interpreted, experience, and practice in this particular community. But the real underlying question, I guess, was, is there only depoliticization, or is there something else? Is there more to it? And first of all, I start with this. So there is this claim, again, this claim of universality. For example, Eva Illouz in her work says that therapy discourse becomes this transnational language of selfhood, this universal way to speak about ourselves. But then when I see situations in my field, I see certain kind of like discrepancy with that idea, because, well, I witnessed one situation where people were discussing organizing a particular event in Vilnius, and those were activists who are helping refugees, and they're refugees themselves. And so they wanted to play a sound of car honks. Anyone who've been to Belarusian protests can understand what I'm talking about. So those like car honks that were in 2020 everywhere. And one person says it could be triggering. And another person responds, yes, it's depressing, but it's the right time and place to be depressed. So they both use in Psy terms, but they seem to be speaking completely different languages. So they kind of, those are dialect. If the translational language of selfhood is kind of this big language, then those are dialects, and their kind of carriers cannot understand each other, because they really do not understand the logic behind the terms they are using, and get very frustrated that this is unsuccessful communication in a way. But yes, of course, there were a lot of instances of using the Psy discourse and Psy expertise in a very problematic way, I would say. So, for example, people arriving from the border were referred as wounded, and they were not wounded physically. They were wounded in a sense of their mental health. Moreover, often they were wounded not because of the exile, but because of previous experiences. For example, queer refugees were referred as wounded by default. So like that explained that they're, you know, vulnerable, and that makes their claims less valid in a way in this particular community. And they needed to be worked on to kind of complete their agency, to be able to fully live independently in Lithuanian society. And then also mental health issues were both used to dismiss the complaints about sexual harassment in one instance, but then in some other instance, there was a man I was personally a little bit afraid of. He was kind of volatile and aggressive from time to time, but his behavior was tolerated and excused because he has childhood trauma. So there was a lot of it, and like many more other examples. One of the other examples, there was one place where I lived for a while, like that serves as a shelter for refugees, and one of the activists who help in refugees told me how they kind of like try to monitor people arriving from the border again to understand if there are any disturbing signs, and there is a ground for that because there are some instances of self-harm, for example, of suicide attempts, so it's understandable why they are scared, and this entanglement of care and surveillance is also sort of understandable. Still, this quote that I made a title of my paper eventually, that you need to monitor them a little bit. After 2 days in this space, it's very overcrowded space, I feel the need to sit somewhere in the corner and avoid eye contact and not be monitored even a little bit, because it's very hard to be there. So this kind of normal reaction to being in abnormal space suddenly can be pathologized and treated as a symptom. And then one of the most problematic, I guess, practices I observed was in one of the spaces, people were forced to attend so-called meetings with the psychologist, which were group meetings, and many people tried to avoid them or kind of escape this practice. But I think it was very disturbing in the sense of how meanings of privacy and intimacy in this particular group were haunted by the experience of this particular torture technique in Belarusian prisons, where this picture from Varvara Panyushkina, somehow cut the title, but yeah, sorry. It's a picture by Varvara Panyushkina depicting her own experience. It kind of explains why you would kind of perceive your ability, the solitude, the ability to be in private very differently after such experience. And then, but moving forward, trying to talk about other things that are there. So there is this idea of emotional capital as a form of cultural capital, and it's building on Bourdieu's idea of different kinds of capital. The idea behind it is that this kind of capital, this ability to speak about emotions in certain ways, can give you access to other kinds of capital, such as economic or social. And it could be manifestation of taste and class, as with other kind of cultural capital examples. And when I think about this particular quote, referring to this group meetings practice, Elena, one of the women I met in the field, said, I know a thing or two about psychology, and this is not what we need. And I was thinking how to interpret this phrase, and I think one of the important things here is that she was a relatively successful middle-class woman in Belarus, and then she suddenly finds herself in this overcrowded space with very precarious legal status, with very precarious position in terms of labor, working illegal gigs to get any money, and then additionally, in addition to that, she's forced into those group meetings. And I think it's more about anxiety of losing class position, about being kind of not able to choose the kind of therapy as any middle-class consumer would expect to be able to. And so in some sort of way, it's her ability it's her attempt to resist this downward mobility which accompanies migration so often. But then also, okay, I will not have time to speak about that. So, how emotional capital works is very gendered and classed, obviously. And so, for example, working class men would resist the engagement with side discourse unless it absolutely kind of prevents them from working, which is in line with, again, a loose thinking about the reasons they despise therapy in the first place. But I wanted to share a couple more things before I'm out of time. So then another thing I found useful to talk about my data was this idea of endurance, and I'm using it instead of this term resilience. When I started working on the subject, many of the professors were referring me to articles on resilience, like if you're critical of PTSD model, then maybe you should use this. But I found this very kind of, I don't know, unsettling. It didn't sit right with me. And then I found this article by Lyle in particular, which explained, put into words my discomfort, I guess. So the resilience is actually criticized for being obscuring the reasons why one needs to be resilient, because, different kinds of resilience are demanded from different people. And endurance, instead, it still has this certain optimism of attachment to life. It still kind of shows that people do their best to survive in hostile environments, but it also acknowledges that there is something to endure, and it also acknowledges that this endurance work is required differently from different groups of people. So it's not one and the same positive thinking and resilience and adaptation as with, which is criticized. But then also I was looking for ways to understand, can we say that in some instances Psi terms and Psi resources could be used as a political tools, as a tools to do something different? And I believe that the answer is yes. And on one level, like discursively, on the level of vocabularies, the first example is depersonalization or denial to pathologize political neutrality. So if people not seeing violence are qualified as psychologically unwell, then the treatment that is implied is activism, actually. It doesn't lead to depoliticization. But then also, with the sexual harassment case, the two women I met in the field, I had separate interviews with them, and they both complained about being harassed in this particular space. And when I heard about it, my first response was, I'm very sorry that it happened to you. And it was a response learned from Psi discourse. It was from trauma-informed research training that I passed some time ago. So it was a very psychologically informed response, but also it was a very political response, because I was saying to them that, like, I'm taking your side. We are forming this kind of complaint community. We are in this together. And I am in solidarity with you. And in this sense, in no way it was neutral, and in no way it was depoliticizing. And additionally, those two women, they were talking about sharing their experience between themselves and using gaslighting as an idea to navigate this experience. In some way, gaslighting is also Psi term. It's also learned by them from therapy. But it helped them to resist the gaslighting itself, because when kind of other activists, people in power were saying, no, you are seeing things, it's not harassment, you're just inventing things. They knew the term, they knew how to call it, and they knew what's the goal of the gaslighting and how to resist it. So in a way, having the vocabulary itself showed them the way how to resist it. And not only resist in a sense of individual safety or anything, because they had a very clear goal that they need to navigate this experience in order to gain some sort of independence from this organization, to be able to speak about it publicly and politicize this issue. So therapy was kind of important part of this process. And then, of course, I'm out of time, so I'll be wrapping up here, but I think some other examples I found very interesting. First of all, there were many examples of Psi experts, psychiatrists, psychologists, therapists, in helping people to flee the country, and it couldn't be marked as individual choice because they used their expertise to do so. Sometimes it was about medication, sometimes it was about convincing person that they need to leave, but either way it was, I think, could be qualified as a kind of radical self-care, which is using Psi discourse to physically save your body, to move your body out of the danger. So it's also an interesting example. And finally, in 2020, as I mentioned, with this logic of using terms like denial denial, for example, what is understood as a good life now includes being political and being active citizen and treated fairly. So in this sense, if you are just individually kind of well off or happy, it still doesn't qualify for some people as a good life. And in this sense, then psychological therapy or psychological vocabularies become resource for the endurance work, but they are not kind of endurance work that leads to individual neoliberal individual success. And I guess that's my point, that like any other discourse, I think Psi can be seen as a very flexible resource which could be used in very contradictory ways. And there are some signs, at least, that help for refugees can be very, very different, and that falling into this neoliberal imaginary of resilience or integration is not the only way to be in therapy. And we all know that neutrality of experts is a myth, but there remains a very interesting question, like when, how, and why they decide to be not neutral. So how does it happen? In which instances neutrality is considered still important, and in which instances the experts themselves consider it impossible to maintain it? And I think I will leave it at that. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. We have time for questions. I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have. So because actually you referred to these studies which were done previously on the field of the discourse of depression in Belarus, and I remember because I was a part of that research, and I'm really curious about, maybe you can say how the discourse of depression and medicalization was changed after 2020, because before somehow like it reminded a bit like like victimization of people with depression, and people prefer to avoid this because it means like negative rather. And maybe you can comment a bit.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question. I will try to stay on point because it's a challenge right now. But I think I cannot speak to the change in a bigger picture because that wasn't the focus of my study. But I could see the ways in which some things that are described in those earlier work were prominent or informed how people referred to mental health in exile. One of the examples, yes, the stigma of depression and medicalization, so it remained, and it was very, even one of the psychologists that I interviewed, she mentioned that people, basically there is a need to use certain terms for people to not feel like they are in therapy. For example, saying depression is no-go, saying trauma is no-go, but saying stress or nerves is okay because everyone has them. And but what is interesting, again, about the politicization of mental health, that for other people, using stress instead of trauma seemed like minimizing the experience because, and there is another line of analysis of PTSD being a deeply political label in itself, but I won't go there, I will try to stay on point. And then one more thing I wanted to say is that I think it's Tatiana Shutsova who is writing about this underground culture state of Belarusian psychiatric community and how they are different from Western psy experts who have like more clear boundaries between like medical treatment, talk treatment, and how it all was in post-Soviet Belarus, how it all was kind of like hybrid and flexible. And I think it was still very prominent among the people I've spoken to because they carried the ideas about mental health infrastructure to Lithuania, and it included, for example, total mistrust to the state, even though Lithuanian state is different, but still it's better not to leave any kind of like paper trace of, of diagnosis, or complete like flexibility in mixing medicalization and talk therapy and giving more agency to the refugees comparing to like any Western experts, I would say. So in many ways it was carried here, and then it's interesting to see how it hybridizes in place.
Thank you.
I hope it partially answers.
One more question then. Because actually in the Belarusian case it's always an issue. I mean, the issue of security, because to have a relationship with psychotherapists refers to the security issue. And did you speak about this and how people maybe point out this issue of security?
Yeah, thank you. I think there are two examples I'm immediately thinking about. First of all, there is some kind of theme. Several people shared with me that therapists or psychologists or psychiatrists in some instances were the only person they could share their kind of fleeing plans with. When I talk about it a little bit in some other part of my thesis, before leaving, people had to, because of being surveilled, they need to perform this complete rootedness. So they had those ridiculous masks that I'm staying in place. I have apple trees, I have goat, I have dog, I have whatever. And instead, behind that, they were planning the escape. So the therapist became the only person they could share the plan with. And because of this promise of confidentiality, they relied on that. And it doesn't mean that there is no kind of, there are questionable practices among therapists and the psychiatrists as well, but it doesn't negate that. But then another example is that one of the people I've spoken to had to leave because he was this mental health expert, I will say vaguely to not give up any anonymity. So his reason to leave was because he had a lot of patient data and he knew that authorities are interested in that, and he left to kind of protect the patients mostly. So, and again, it's deeply political in different ways.
Yeah, thank you. Because I find this one more function of psychotherapists in the Belarusian context,
Yes.
and even it's much more than just to support this mental support or something. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have?
Thank you so much for your presentation. In your presentation, you mentioned refugee community as an object or target group of your research. I just would ask you to clarify and describe this group as a community. Can you help me to understand this special group, refugees community?
Yeah, unfortunately, that I cannot do. I understand that it feels important, but for the safety reasons, there are not so many of them. So I try to avoid leaving any possibility to identify the group of people I'm talking about. But yeah, it's people leave Belarus and they found themselves on this side of the border, and there are certain, let's say, groups who are helping them, more than one group. And so, yeah, I was studying people in those groups.
If I understood correct, you mean activist mandate or another characteristic?
No, it's mostly those are refugees themselves who left, they settled, and they help others. So most of the people are Belarusian citizens who also left Belarus because of the persecution. And they help others, they become those activists and volunteers who receive kind of new members.
So if we talk about the refugees community, in this case, it's the same as diaspora or migrant community?
No, not really, because it's, as I said, it's mostly people who left in this particular way. And for example, I would say diaspora would be a much wider group.
Thank you, Yana.
Thank you.
And I invite next speaker. So, as I understand, okay. We need time.
Also sent to your email.
Yes, now?
No, yes, probably 10 minutes ago.
Because...
But, yeah, we have also...
Okay. Do it like this. One moment, just to be sure. Yeah? And full screen. Yes. Yeah. No. Why? Because stop share. Yes. And share.
Yes? Yeah, and it's my pleasure to introduce next speakers. Oksana Shmulyar, Gréen, she will be online from University of Gothenburg, and Svitlana Odynets, also from University of Gothenburg, and Northumbria University, I'm sorry. And the title of the presentation is Handling Uncertain of Present and Future Ukrainian Transnational Families in Sweden and Romania, Strategizing Their Lives. And yeah,
in protracted displacement. Thank you, Tanya. Hello, everyone, and it's a great pleasure for me to present here. And I am not alone here. So my colleague, Professor Oksana Shmulyar, she is the leader of the project, and she is the main force of this project. And we are trying to conduct this study together from the first day, from the first days of this war. In 2022, and we have been going through different stages of this project, and we now on that stage that we present, we started writing articles and presenting our results for wider discussion. So thank you so much, and I hope we will discuss a little bit more when we present.
Help. No move.
Oh, thank you. So as Tanya said already, so this project lies on two elephants. At least two elephants are in the room. So one project in Sweden and one project in the UK. So one project, Forced Migrants from Ukraine in Transnational Europe, funded by Gothenburg University. And then one project from the UK that covers three countries, UK, Romania, and Poland. So I am a researcher in both of these projects, and I am in the field of 4 countries, and Ukraine is the fifth country. So in this particular presentation, we will be talking about Sweden and Romania. So we will be comparing two different countries, like Sweden, more distant country, and Romania, a neighboring country. And we will explain why we choose these countries, because it's not obvious for people why to compare particularly these two countries, because Sweden and Romania have completely different approaches to immigration and integration of refugees and working with people. So our methodology is qualitative research. It's based on 15 interviews with Ukrainian women in South and West Sweden, and 13 interviews with Ukrainian women in South and North Romania. In the period between spring 2023 and autumn 23. So it's like during the 6 months we have been in the field actively, but we are continuing to be there. So as I said already, so Sweden and Romania, it's two contrasting systems, and we have Sweden as an established country with with a high level of immigration to this country, and we have Romania, mostly immigrant and transit country, yes, especially after 2027 when Romania joins the European Union. We have Sweden with extremely good established and well-established system of reception of people, and we have Romania, the country that never received refugees before on this particular scale. So we have Sweden with extremely good system of schools and integrational projects and language courses, and everything is for free in Sweden, as you know, mostly when it comes to education. And we have Romania when we don't have this. I mean, I'm speaking now about the context before 2022. And what happened in 2022? And in 2022, we experienced so-called turn in Swedish context, when Sweden, from the most liberal country in the European Union, turns to be more restrictive and in the case of Ukrainians, the most restrictive country in the whole Nordic area. So Sweden accepted Ukrainians on the lowest level among all 5 Nordic countries. So we are trying to understand how it happened and which similarities we have in these approaches and where did we come 2 years after that. So like to say it like shortly in 2 words, so we can observe that housing, like Sweden is more responsible for housing, it's more state-oriented approach, while in Romania it's mostly lies on the shoulders of private people and local communities. But when it comes, for example, for school education, when it comes to social allowance, when it comes to integrational programs, language courses, so we see how in case of Sweden, in the very low intensivity of state participation, we have civil society that comes to play, and in Romanian case, we have also local communities, but mostly also international donors like IOM, like all these big players, yes? So somehow social society in Sweden and international donors in Romania, with help of refugees themselves, of Ukrainians, active Ukrainians themselves, start creating systems for reception. Because reception is not only about opening the borders. Reception is about many, many, many different situations and establishments on different levels, yes? So on theoretical level, we have at least 3 approaches. So we are talking about temporalities of uncertainty, according to Denler, who studied newcomers to Canada and who identified at least 2 strategies, suspending or embracing engagement strategies. We are talking about agency in waiting and in protracted displacement. When we try not to talk about limbo situation, which is very, very popular in migration studies and refugee studies, we don't see that from our data that Ukrainians, displaced people from Ukraine are placed in limbo situation. We try to reconceptualize this concept. I can develop it more if you would have questions. We are looking at the situation in situated transnationalism. And one of our main questions for this future article is how care strategies of displaced Ukrainian parents and mostly women intersects with migration regimes in situation of protracted displacement. So now I will present 4 strategies very shortly. So the first one. I need to say also that we were focused only on women with small children. So our data is much richer. So we supposed to cut off a lot of different strategies that don't situate in this sample. So we are talking only about women with small children up to 18 years old. So first strategy is fully embracing engagement. It's, for example, one of quotes I could cite our participant from Sweden, when she explains why return to Ukraine is not possible for her, at least in the future years, and why investment in Swedish, in her case, in Swedish life is more preferable for her and her children. So she explains in this way: I do not plan to go back to Ukraine. The reason is that neighbors, Russians, can came back anytime, and the things will return out of control. Moreover, the forests are mined. The same is for the rivers and the lakes. I cannot imagine living in Ukraine where I won't be able to walk freely in the forest. And for me, the contact with nature is critically important. I cannot survive without it. These things are important for me. But for my children, what is waiting for them in Ukraine, having such a neighbor as Russia, and even Ukrainian people who rob their own state. So she explains that she has extremely well-thought strategy. She is double displaced person. She left Lugansk region. She established her life in Ukraine, inside Ukraine. And the second time, in 2022, she experienced the same the same attack from the same source. So this particular group is very often more tend to leave Ukraine like to more distant countries, as Sweden, as Germany, as Canada, and to invest in their integration. It doesn't mean that they will not come to, so during the course of interviews, sometimes they say that we will be back, as for example, Irina. So Irina is from Odessa region, and she lives in Romania. So she even wants to apply for citizenship in Romania soon. But she has her mother and her sister and her all different friends in Odessa region. So all these people, when we look at these narratives, they explain why it's better for them to stay in these countries, but at the same time they have their families back in Ukraine, and mostly it's their older children, or adult children, or their parents. So when we are talking about these strategies, it's important to understand that it's not the strategies that fixed in space. It's a strategy in a fluid way. Even when they are talking about more strategic viewing of investment in one country, it doesn't mean that they don't that they cut off Ukraine from their horizon, yes? The second strategy is, waiting to return. So the second strategy is very close to the first one. But in this case, people women resonate in even more fluid categories. So they are talking about future as a sensitive topic. So they are talking about separated families even more. It's very often that they have husbands in Ukraine and older children, and they try to navigate and strategize all their transnational care strategies between this country and Ukraine, and sometimes the third country, because in some cases, not in our field right here, but we know also from other observations that sometimes they have even 3 countries in the picture. These people are very often focused on their children education, and sometimes their children education is one of the most important reasons to stay in this country, not even safety reasons, not even economic reasons, but education for children in the situation when schools are bombed and schools are destroyed. So, for example, just very, very shortly, Marina, so she is our respondent from Sweden, so I asking her, so what is your future? And she says, I cannot think about this, but I can think about 6 to 8 months. But before that, I thought about 1 week. And I don't allow myself to think about this. It's too much stress for me. It even comes to breakdowns. That's why I close this topic for myself, when to return to Ukraine. So she has her husband, she's from Crimea, she's double displaced person. She came to Kyiv and she experienced the same attack. So she has her husband in Ukraine, she has her son in Ukraine, one of her sons, and another son stays with her in Sweden. The third strategy is suspending engagement in the Syrian society. So it's like more and more, from more decisive, I would say, strategies. So we are like going lower and lower. So here we have even higher ambiguity and loyalties in several places. And we have professional, very often it's women experience professional downward mobility. So we have, of course, this in all strategies, but in this strategy, people sometimes even freeze. They freeze themselves. They don't want to move anywhere. So, for example, like Lesya from Mykolaiv, she lives in Romania with 2 younger children and a mother, and husband is a soldier in the Ukrainian army. So she came to Romania, she came with 2 children, and then her mother experienced some heart attack, and she moved her mother with her to the same place, and her mother needs a lot of psychological support, not only physical, but also psychological. So this woman learned Romanian language. She is working, she is caring for 2 children, and she is caring for her mother. And she says, in the end of the day, she says that I feel almost frozen in this situation. I only do what I have to meet my children's daily needs and help my mother, but nothing beyond that. I don't want to make any plans, I just want to stay still without much movement. And the fourth strategy, as we see it now, a few women experience this, but there is also a strategy when war, it's terrible to say, but for some of them, war opened somehow a new place for life, or at least resolved some unresolved problems they could not resolve in other way. So these women, they are very motivated to invest in their integration in the receiving country. And mostly, it's especially seen, it's visible in Swedish case, when these women start to say that for the first time in our life, we experienced that people can communicate with you in a kind way. People can open for you there and share with you what they have. You are not in the worst situation. You are in the situation when you have this peer-to-peer attitude. So, for example, Maria, she says about, she says a lot. She's coming from Konstantinivka, so this place is completely destroyed. At the moment of interview, this place was not destroyed, but now it's completely destroyed in eastern Ukraine. So she says that she has also a son in Kyiv, and older son. And she says that my son wants me to come back to Ukraine, but I don't want to come back to Ukraine because I know that I have here something for me. And what my colleague Oksana Shmulyar Gréen noticed almost in the last day of our preparations, it's somehow it's a new ad hoc understanding for us that firstly, it's not so many women in our data that have work as a breaking point. We somehow thought that it could be more, but it's not so many. And then that these women sometimes consider what is best for them, but ultimately it leads that what is good for them, but ultimately it leads that it can be worse for their family members. So what is good for them doesn't mean that somehow it meets all the requirements of all the family. So sometimes they choose in a very drastic way between needs of one child and needs of another child, but anyway they see that they can have some potential movement forward because of this war and in this new country, yes? So concluding remarks. As we said, so Sweden and Romania represent two contrasting receiving contexts with different approaches, and Sweden is more institutionalized approach, but it became worse in Ukrainian case and emergency response in Romanian case. So Sweden is seen as a final destination for many people, not for all, but for more than in Romanian case, because of safety and security for children, because of welcoming reception, because of self-fulfillment, and so on. And Romania, even for those who are staying in Romania, quite often is seen as a transit country, the country that somewhere it can be something other, Ukraine or the third country. And we have a prevalence of self-organized solutions and safety for now without longer perspectives. So we have at least 4 strategies here. And it's important to stress again and again that we are not talking about this typical transnational context when we have women with children in one place and, for example, their husbands in other place. We have this multiple dynamics, generations on different levels, when we have parents, for example, divided between two countries, and older children, for example, in their 40s, who are responsible and who have sometimes quite complicated relationship with their parents, and they are supposed to provide care on different levels, and they try to organize different systems of care, yes, either in a remote way or in some other way. So we have a lot of different strategies that we cannot, of course, show here, but even when we are talking about women with small children, we need to have this in mind. We don't have any narrative when we have only this typical family, like simple family, mother, father, and 2 children, because this war affects like the whole country and affects all the generations, and people are dispersed in the whole European Union. So that's why. And political context is changing in these countries very often and sometimes unpredictable, and we don't know what will be happening after 2026. So when we are talking about promise of unhappiness or happiness, so time is decisive factor here, but we need to conceptualize this displacement on a more complicated way than probably we somehow, did it before that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now my colleague will answer all the questions.
Good distribution. We have time for questions.
Ask in the question, Svitlana can answer in English. Я хотіла запитати, чому ви вибрали таку країну, як Румунія і Швеція? Чому обумовлено ваш вибір? Це перше питання.
So Oksana, you will respond, yes? But I will translate. Or do you want me to respond?
Чи це якесь проектне замовлення?
Hello everyone. I hope you hear my answers, or there is some kind of double sound there. Thank you for this question, and I think that Svitlana probably is more competent to answer. But my suggestion is to think about this situation in this way. It's not in any way research that is kind of directed by someone or whatever it is. The fact is that we happen to be, due to Svitlana's very profound work, in several different fields. And it's obvious that if we would like to make some kind of conclusions that relate not only to one case country, but become more general, to see that the strategies that apply to transnational are similar to several countries, then it's plausible to compare. And we decided to compare Romania and Sweden because in their comparative context, they are actually countries who received least of displaced from Ukraine. However, if we compare them in between, it becomes more complicated because it's visible that the established system that Svitlana was presenting in Sweden of reception, of integration, is totally different from Romania, but still people try to resource, so to say, their life in quite similar way, which can be a very, very interesting kind of general observation. So there is no kind of thought behind that somebody ordered this type of comparison. It was our own initiative. Yeah.
Of development of the receiving countries and
economic
level of economy and decisions to stay or return expressed by displaced people themselves in these particular countries. So if there is any correlation or some connection between level of development and like higher or lower decision to stay.
I mean, should I try to, it's like a hypothesis here. It's a very, very good question. But I would start by saying that we cannot speak about any correlations because this is a qualitative research. So we cannot statistically prove that there is some direct connection between people's decisions to stay and the economic development of the country. But surprisingly, if we look back into migration research traditionally, we can figure out that economic reasons for moving and staying are not the driving forces for many migrants. Usually it's about networks, usually it's about familial relations, and of course the fact that school is free and children can get, for example, extra support in Sweden will decide on the part of those women who actually embrace these possibilities to stay, and they very openly express that they would like to stay. But at the same time, Sweden is far away from Ukraine, which means that in economic terms, they are not able to visit Ukraine so often as those women who are living in Romania. So in their case, maybe they would actually decide to stay in Romania because it's closer, because their families are divided, because they have parents whom they want to visit. So here it's important not to speak about correlations, but to see how these different welfare regimes and migration regimes in these two countries actually create very different possibilities that people use in many different ways, and to see how they actually do it and why these possibilities sometimes are similar and sometimes are different. So this would be my best answer I can give.
Thank you. And the last questions. Я хочу сказати на користь свого визначення, Світлана, коли почалась війна, випадково я була в Відні, і в мене було там цілий рік стипендії, я виконувала дослідження. І коли почалася війна, розумієте, всюди було на вулицях, в метро, війна, Україна. Я приїхала минулого року і приїхала знов того року. Нічого, не згадки немає. Про війну взагалі нема. Тобто, якби я була українка, яка інтегрується у віденське життя австрійське, я би подумала, все чудово. Якщо я приїду в Румунію, я приїду в Литву, Латвію, країну з меншим рівнем розвитку, ніж Швеція, тут всюди є українські прапори, я всюди відчуваю, що я є частину спротиву і боротьби. Там ця увага є присиплена, розумієте, в країнах. Вони там хіба інтегруються біля церкви, церква їх інтегрує, і вони там роблять раз на День Незалежності якийсь вихід з прапором, і вони горді з того. Все. І тому я впевнена, що рівень розвитку країни і віддаленість робить бажання залишитися більшим для українців. Дякую.
So I just summarize. So colleague relates to her experience when she came to Vienna, to Austria for the first time, and in the beginning it was a lot of support for Ukraine and a lot of media support and public covering. But then 1 year after that it's almost disappeared, and she considers that if she would choose the country herself, she would choose the country where support for Ukraine is more visible, because it's important for her to be a part of this resistance, to be a part of the protest, and not only somehow. So as far as I understand, so Lidiya says that you explains it in terms of development of the country. So it can be other reasons as well, but. Okay, because okay.
Yeah, we have one more question.
It's a short one. So do your interlocutors somehow speak about the time left outside, time lived outside Ukraine as a legal track towards a new citizenship? I know that in some EU countries this time is not counted actually into time for applying for citizenship. I don't know Swedish and Romanian situation, but just do they mention it? And how?
It's such a good question, and I just very shortly would like to say, you mentioned the previous lady talking, Lidiya. I don't see her face, but thank you so much for your questions and suppositions. They're very important. But for this one about citizenship, the thing is that Svitlana knows best about Romania, but in Sweden, the thing is that the time that Ukrainians spent displaced in Sweden is not accounted even as a kind of time for their permanent residence at some point. So the whole problem with this temporary protection directive is that it completely extracts people's lives from this legal frame of, waiting for some kind of better opportunities. So it is a very critical point, and on some other occasion, me and Svitlana are kind of writing about it and discussing it in other forums, that it's really problematic that on the one hand, it's considered to be such a enabling, such a generous legal framework, but on the other hand, it's really very restricting and actually not allow people to live their life in a way they can prospect it, in a way they can think about future. So no citizenship in Sweden.
Temporal protection directive doesn't anticipate any further procedures towards temporary residence or permanent residence, not talking about citizenship. So temporary protection directive, it's 4 and 2 million people by now, by today, by this day. So all these people lived in these countries for 2.5 years, and this time will not be counted in their potential residence permit applications, unless European Union will not solve this in some way. But from that, from discussions on this like legal level, yes, because we are not like legal scholars, but from what I heard from legal scholars, so temporal protection directive is a special procedure. So it's procedure between asylum seeking process and refugee status, and that's why we have the whole discussion with Oksana. Why Ukrainian refugees are not refugees? They are not refugees. They are people under temporary protection. And from legal perspective, different countries implement a set of rights according to their own national policies and own national understanding of how things should be. That's why in Poland we don't have any social support, and in Norway we have quite substantial, but with, for example, restricted mobility rights. And for example, in some countries outside European Union, but who joined the temporary protection, as for example, United Kingdom, it's not a part of European Union, so they applied their procedure that somehow mirrored the temporary protection directive. But for all these countries, the same is like, the same rule is relevant. This time is not counted. So that's why these people are out of the procedure. That's why we cannot compare Ukrainian refugees with Syrian refugees. Because Syrian refugees got statuses, they got refugee statuses, and Ukrainians didn't. They are in the waiting room, but in a special waiting room that this is like somehow side topic of this presentation, but this is why this is so important, because we cannot compare. Of course, we can compare some additional border opening, but then what happening after that? So in Sweden, for example, all Syrians who came to Sweden, they waited for their statuses max to 10 months. But sometimes they waited a little bit more, but 10 months. And these people, I mean, sometimes some of them got rejected, but those who were approved, and most of them were approved, they waited up to 1 year. And Ukrainians are not even in the situation of waiting. So they are not on the moment when they started to wait. They are before that.
Yeah, maybe we have time for the last question, because we have maybe after, if we will return, because.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentations, and I want to ask you about Ukrainian women's needs. Did you notice any difference between Ukrainian women needs in both these countries, which you want to explain, or if you notice? Thank you so much.
Do you want
Yeah,
to start?
very good question. We probably didn't think in terms of like women needs in that terms, but you're completely right that one apparent thing is, for example, childcare. And what we know from, for example, Swedish situation, it improved, but in the beginning, women with very small children, they didn't have a chance to, for example, look for a job or even do any kind of language learning, because there were no places for small children at the kindergartens in Sweden. But then in a time it improved, and it kind of situation changed to the better. But for women with school-age children, the situation of childcare was completely different. they also expressed themselves that it was very good that schools were open for Ukrainian children. In Sweden, children can get food in school. They have also after-school activities, which can sometimes, prolong until 5 o'clock in the evening if parents are working. So in a sense, we didn't study this particular conjunction of, women needs and, for example, what the society provides, but the very fact that it's women and we are looking at women with children, schooling and the time children can be occupied, of course, creates an opportunity for women to either look for a job, work, or actually even invest in their own kind of development, either language learning or learning something else or creating new networks, etc. When it comes to Romania, the situation is a bit different. Would you say?
Schools are quite difficult for Ukrainian families in Romania because the country didn't have this reception system before, and that's why they don't have this special integration possibilities for these newcomers. And that's why, for example, when it comes to Sweden, so children in Sweden get some preparational classes, yes. So it's like language classes up to 6 months, and then they have help from different points. But in Romania, children just sent to the schools and supposed just to sit there and just to listen Romanian language. And then if you listen enough, probably for 1 year, yes, if you are 7 years old and you listened enough, and probably you start speaking. So this is more or less, I'm simplifying now, but this is more or less how the school system functions. But I would add also, so we can talk about school, it's a big topic, but I would add that the main difference when it comes to needs, I think distance to your own country, distance to your own culture and network. So in Sweden, it was only 12,000 Ukrainians before the war. In Romania, we have historical diaspora. This diaspora is not very active, but distance to the country. So between Suceava and Chernivtsi, it's only 18 kilometers. So it's only 2 hours by bus, yes? And from Sweden, you take a flight and then a bus through the Polish border or through Romanian border. So it takes at least 24 hours. And then it takes a lot of, many resources, like financial, emotional, and you need to care for your child. So in this case, you can grab, some houses, fresh area, in Romania, much easier way than it comes to Sweden.
I'm glad to present the next speaker, Victoria Kulik, Yuri Kondratyuk, Poltava Polytechnic, and the title is Leveling the Gender Imbalance in IT Enterprises in Ukraine, Managerial Aspects. And just several words. I apologize that I forgot to present previous speakers. Just a lot of issues. Several words. Victoria Kulik teaches at Yuri Kondratyuk Poltava Polytechnic. She also works with NGOs that assist displaced persons. From March 2022 to June 2023, she was in the Czech Republic working as a researcher at the University of South Bohemia in České Budějovice. After returning to Ukraine, she continued research and participated in international educational projects. Her research interests include business and management, accounting, and tax issues. The problems of migration, structural unemployment, and gender imbalance are currently relevant in Ukraine, and she considers the impact on Ukraine IT companies.
Thank you very much. Hi everyone. I am really happy to be here with my daughter in safe place without air alerts. Unfortunately, a lot of people know about what I speak, but I am very pleased that there are a lot of people who don't know about what I speak when I speak about their alerts. I would like to express my gratitude to conference organizers. and I will talk about money because Lidiya started this conversation, and it was very interesting for all of us, and I am continuing this topic. Today I would like to share my thoughts on the topic leveling the gender imbalance in the IT enterprises in Ukraine. This topic is extremely broad, but today I would like to focus on your attention the following issue: state of the economy and labor market, the place of the IT sector in Ukrainian economy, employment in the IT sector, gender imbalance, and leveling the gender imbalance. Methodology of the research. In the beginning, I would like to say about what kinds of enterprises were researched. You can see at this slide that it was enterprises that have several QED or QED codes. It calls the classifier of economic activities in Ukraine. IT services refer exclusively to computer service, meaning that the data presented in this research doesn't include the telecommunication services. In developing the material for this report, I used a variety of sources of information, ranging from government agency to publications in economic journals. I will start my presentation by describing the state of the Ukrainian economy and labor market. As Ukraine is currently suffering from Russian military aggression, so the usual economic laws inherent in peaceful life are not currently enforced in Ukraine. During 2019, Ukraine's GDP was on an upward trend, which was disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic, which led to a recession in 2020. From the first quarter of 2021, the economy began to recover and had every chance to reach pre-crisis levels and continuing its growth. However, the events of 2022 related to the Russian aggression against Ukraine led to a 6.6% decline in Ukrainian GDP in the second quarter of 2022. At the moment, Ukraine's GDP is showing an upward trend, but in a small way, which is possible only with the help of international partners. Negative trends in the economy are closely linked to the changes in the labor market, which is an integral part of it. The number of unemployed people reached 438,000, about 500,000 people in 2023. As the 1st of July 2024, the unemployment rate reached 18.1%, while the share of people forced to save on food reached 20.6%. This means that 1 in 5 Ukrainians is semi-hungry. Before the large-scale invasions, these figures were much lower. Another problem facing Ukraine is the catastrophic population decline. A significant part of the population has left. According to various estimates, up to 6 million people. Some have died or are dying from very strange and horrible living conditions. and with a negative effect on the future of Ukraine, women are given birth much less. The fertility rate in Ukraine is 0.7 per woman, while for the natural reproduction of the population at the same level, this figure should be 2.2. That is, women give birth 3 times less often than the state needs. There are the general trends in Ukraine that directly affect women and will be reflected in my report in the future. Now I want to move on to the IT sector, where I would like to attract as many Ukrainian women and girls as possible. The IT industry in Ukraine is not a major sector of the economy, as Ukraine is still a raw material country. However, in these challenging times, the IT sector remains one of the few sectors of the economy that has positive development trends. IT companies are not tied to production facilities that could be targets for Russian missiles, not to the purchasing power of Ukrainians who are getting poorer by the minute. As the industry is oriented toward the Western market, the share of the tech industry in the Ukraine's GDP is expected to reach 4.9% in 2023. In my opinion, I think this IT sector can be the option between business, small business, and this and other kind of and other way to earn some money. The number of employees in Ukraine's IT industry is growing steadily. Since 2018, this figure has increased by 78.4%. The information on this slide illustrates another feature of Ukrainian IT. Most IT professional works as a private entrepreneurs. On the one hand, this requires additional knowledge of entrepreneurship and taxation. But on the other hand, this way of doing business allows both companies and government, both companies and IT professionals to optimize and sometimes avoid paying taxes in full. To mitigate this problem, the government introduced gig contracts in 2022. Gig contracts are special conditions under which companies can hire IT specialists, optimizing the amount of taxes but not avoiding them. What does a typical IT professional in Ukraine look like? He is a man in his 30s, married or in a relationship, without children or with one child, who works in software development. The number of women in Ukrainian IT in 2023 is 26% and has been growing over the past 5 years. Women in Ukrainian IT most often work as analysts or designers. The share of women in management position is 20.1%, with the lowest number of women among software developers at 11.5%. So it's about IT profession for Ukrainians, men and women. What does a typical woman in Ukrainian IT look like a 31-year-old city woman with a higher education and intermediate knowledge of English, married or in a relationship without children or with one child. She works as a project manager in a large IT company that exports services or create digital products, or as a designer working on several projects. She is an individual entrepreneur. Given all the above information, let's define the expectation of women in IT from the state and from the company. What do people want from IT women in Ukraine? The state is interested in the following. A woman must work and pay taxes. A woman must give birth to and raise at least 2 children. It's advisable to buy a house during her working life and save up in case to force majeure and retirement. The company expects that a woman should improve her professional knowledge and other skills constantly. A woman should master the professions that were mostly performed by men before mobilization, because there is a need for customers, but there is a shortage of specialists. What resources should a woman have to meet this expectation? First of all, it's time. Let's imagine that a woman and a man have the same time resource and can use it at their direction. However, this is not always, but we can discuss. And income. This indicator requires more detailed consideration, as the income of women in IT is lower than that of men. This is influenced by both objective and subjective reasons, as shown on this slide. How much money do women earn in Ukraine IT, and how to estimate this figure correctly? Every fourth woman earns an income in the range of $550 to $1,100. 85% of women have an income exceeding $550 per month. Dollars per month. Given that the average salary in Ukraine in 2023 was $347, I think this is an attractive field for women. What needs to be done to increase the number of women in Ukrainian IT? Firstly, the decision of the woman to choose IT as her professional field, the company's management decision regarding women employees, and the support of the state. If a woman decides to pursue a career in IT, she needs self-management skills. What do I mean by self-management? It means finding answers to some questions and starting to implement them. What is my plan for personal development, including professional development? Where am I going in my profession? How much money do I want to earn today, in 3 years, in 10 years? When do I want to stop working, and how will I support myself during this period? How do I see my family? Do I have children? And how many? Where do I want to live, and what standard of living do I want to provide for myself and my family? I think it's necessary. To attract more women in the IT industry, companies can make the following management decision. Abandon gender stereotypes at the hiring stage and take into account, first of all, the professional qualities of female applicants. Create a career development plan for women employees in the company, taking into account motherhood and its need. Prevent differences between women and men in equal position. Create a convenient work schedule as time is as important to women as money. The following measures can be taken at the state level for development of girls who will work in IT in the future. Quality secondary education. For retraining women who want to work in IT, retraining programs with further employment. For women who combine professional activity and motherhood, a developed infrastructure and educational and healthcare institution. For families who would like to have more children but don't have appropriate housing program. I think that will be enough. If everything will be done.
Thank you very much. We have time maybe for 1-2 questions.
Yes, I have.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your research. It was very interesting, especially for people from Lviv. We have our IT in a cluster, very famous and very rich. For our Western regional. And one comment I must to say, because the expectation from IT woman looks like as expectation from scientist woman. Are you agree with me?
Of course.
This list is like for me, for Katya, and for you too. And I want to ask you about IT sector in Ukraine for strategy. You must agree with me that IT sector is so competitiveness as agriculture.
Yes.
It's the same level, I think.
I believe that IT sector is the more competitive because
than agriculture?
Yes, because when we speak about agriculture sector, we speak about some geographic regions, and we can compare some regions, some countries. But when we speak about IT, we speak about whole the world. And it's much more difficult to play in this game.
Yes, but agriculture, our land, our земля. So it's our competitive advantage for Ukraine, I think. It's we have not so many land country in the world that have so rich soil. It's that's IT profession can be land in other country, can be study in other country, and one more problem. This specialty can ex-house itself. What do you think about this? Because this specialty is very actual for people with from 20 with 25 with 30, and then is overall it's very difficult for people who work in this specialty.
I believe that women thank you very much for your question. That women who is not so young as this IT girl can change their profession and can improve their skills, because when you talk about business, business is not so easy. And I think in business you can have some professional skills in some field, you can have this human resource management, you should have some knowledges in law, maybe international law. So IT, it's much easier, really. And if you are, me, you, every girl and everybody here is enough smart, enough hardworking, enough clever and, open mind, being IT specialist, it's not so hard as create business. And what problem of business, this small and business in Ukraine, that we have very poor people. And business, it's about exchange money. And you can exchange with somebody who has money. And if everybody is poor and want to eat, what you can offer them except food? And when you are IT, it's expensive for them, unfortunately. And when you are IT specialist, you can offer your professional skills everybody on this planet. And it's cool. World is big, world is rich, so we can exchange. But of course, the Indian people are also good in this way.
One more question from Almira. Yes, thank you. Maybe just to continue a little bit what Lidiya was asking, I think it's really interesting to reflect on how artificial intelligence will change the world of IT professions, including those in which women are occupied. So it's not really a question to you, it's more like a topic for further reflection. I think it's important that industry is changing and changing very rapidly, and that's really something that we have to deal with. My question was just the kind of to clarify. In the beginning, you mentioned that in Ukrainian IT industry, women mostly take positions of designers and analysts. What about HR? Because usually, actually, and you also had some figures, it seems to me, right? What is the number of women at the HR positions?
Thank you very much for your question.
Yeah, and also then just one small question. Do you have programs like our Women in Tech? Because our program, Women in Tech, it's actually specifically aimed at the training of women with soft skills and hard skills, and actually just to promote, it's not only about promoting more gender equal IT sector, but also it's about getting more women in IT industry and in different positions. Are there such programs in Ukraine?
Thank you very much for all these extremely interesting question. First of all, about AI. It's only my opinion because I'm not specialist in this field. But what I think that AI will change our future very rapidly, maybe in next 10 years. But of course, now, for example, every woman can get some profession and earns this $500. In other profession in Ukraine, or you should study more. Longer. You should study longer. You should get experience longer. And the quantity of employment places are declining every day. So when I speak about IT, I like IT because you can get some profession, maybe at trainee or junior level, and you can start earn money. Because when you are hungry, you need money now. Of course, this sphere will change rapidly, extremely, and I don't know. I believe that in 5, maybe 3 years, we will speak about other kinds of IT specialists. We will not speak about software development or HR or something like this. It will be extremely different. But when you are in this sphere, you can move, you can change something, you can adapt. And when you work in agriculture sphere, it's not so easy. It's because I think that IT sphere can be good for every woman who have laptop and needs money. What about this program? In Ukraine, we have a lot of program where women can get knowledge in IT sphere. Some of them from private enterprises, some of them from government. There are a lot of grants which women can get from different organizations. But of course, first of all, me or somebody else should understand that I need this in my life, I want this, and it will be my profession. Because I know a lot of women who want, it's not my cup of tea. I don't want this. It's for men. It's for young girl. I don't know the mess. a lot of situations, but I hope we will move on in this direction, and a lot of women will be rich and will get great career in this sphere. I believe in this. So that's all.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
If the question was that's all about questions, it's not maybe a short question.
Yeah, okay.
Really short. Thank you for such a presentation, and I was catched by the point of demographic situation, what is happening with labor market and with women, especially. Maybe you have some thoughts about what maybe extra help the women in the tech specialties need now to maybe from one source that is not available now, to make it easier to women in Ukraine to work in such tech specialties, to allow them after everything continue working, and maybe other to have babies, for instance, for those who want to, but it's not convenient to do it now, to give a birth.
Thank you very much. I don't know how my thoughts can help these women, but I try to answer. I think the motherhood can be very convenient when you have this IT specialist, because you are an entrepreneur, individual, so you can manage your work time. And of course, if IT company wants to save some kinds of specialists, they offer flexible schedules, and it can be very helpful for women who want or who has children. No, it's
extra help from other brands is everything that we are seeking to.
I don't know the example of extra health really, because I live in the world where woman can help herself. And no, it's my world in which I live, and I think if women can earn good salary or make good money, everything can be possible for these women because it's true.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Really. I really like this just short notion. This looking at this slide where like expectation from the state, you know, like work but give birth, and you know, like women also face so many expectations from everybody, like from the state to personal expectation. Yeah, just.
Thank you very much.
And our last speaker, Antonina. We started late and we'll finish a bit late, but when attitude is. Уже с третьего раза, да? Уже стану под конец. Так, зараз треба зробити так. So, and our last panelist, actually Antonina, had to make this welcome speech because if you have any question regarding the program Women in Tech, this program, just ask directly Antonina. She's a power representative person of this program and also like manager of all of the activities within.
Thank you.
For this project. And also, she's a scholar. I just try to open what happened.
We can just miss it.
No.
I see that Tanya has
the title
long password.
Of her presentation, When Attitudes Becomes Infrastructure. In several words, Antonina Sebor is a curator, art historian, and art critic, scholar, and you see, like a manager. She worked as a guest lecturer at the Berlin University of the Arts, where she teaches an art activism course. Antonina was a co-curator of the exhibition Everyday Art Solidarity Resistance in Kiev in 2021, and also Names in Belarus 2017, and many others in Ukraine. And now, for example, in Kharkiv, there is a big exhibition, and Antonina is a part of the team who made this great exhibition in shelter, or how it's...
This is Yermilov Center. This is art center, but to tell the truth, this is the safest place in the world, in the Kharkiv.
With many Ukrainian and not only Ukrainian artists. And Antonina is, this maybe you heard about, but actually there is no information about this. This anti-war coalition, a big artistic initiative of solidarity, which appeared in 2022 in Berlin, like the initiative which gathered artists with this anti-war position from different countries. So, Antonina.
Thank you. So, the title of my presentation is When the Attitude Becomes Infrastructure, refers to the well-known exhibition of Harald Zeman, When Attitude Becomes Form, and I would like to return the attitude and relationship from form to more or less vivid situation. And to be honest, I feel during my speech a little bit inside out on the one hand, and on the other hand I feel a little bit duality of my position, as well as I'm going to have a speech about the migration, and to have a speech about the possibility of using contemporary art instruments or tools to create or maintain infrastructure for helping people with migrants and refugees I find myself as a person who has 3-time experience of being migrant and 2-time refugees. And for the first time, I first lived to Belarus, escape of political repression, and in 2022, I was forced to leave Ukraine because of full-scale invasion Russia to Ukraine. And as Tanya at the beginning of this, the first day of conference has mentioned, you feel a little bit like a person in a double position. And I think that I should keep this duality. And my personal experience will be a part of my presentation and probably the part of my interest as a curator and a researcher, and probably it's also somehow to define my method, theory, approach, and so on, so on, so on. So I try not to reject my personal experience, but somehow to include it in the research background as well. And by the way, all examples that I will provide, illustrated or analyzed in this presentation, also all these initiatives, all these artworks were or are created by artists, cultural workers, curators, and so on, who also had this experience, what does it mean to be refugees or migrant. Well, so I just missed several slides because we don't have enough time. Well, this and Sarah Ahmed, I think almost every speaker mentioned her, but it's totally sure that her concept of killjoy is very important when you just, I don't know, when you just try to imagine the experience of to be refugees or migrant. It means that you're a person who created this killjoy situation even before you started a speech or make any action. Just by entering on the room and sitting, as Sarah Ahmed described, and sitting on the table. I try, as well as I'm a curator, I try to think about how we can use, or how artists and cultural workers somehow to use their practices, avoiding of representation but creating different infrastructure. But probably my first example will be very, not traditional, but very typical when we talk about contemporary art. And not, it's, sorry, could I just, yes, it's a little bit annoying me. Oh, yeah. But I think this example is very important personal for me, and this example is really important, essential, because it's trying to understand the complexity and contradiction of situation, what does it mean to be refugees, all this feeling, not to avoiding of politicization of this feeling and emotion, but vice versa, try to highlight these political aspects of being emotional, being fragile, and being like a principal corporal human being. So this is the artworks of Belarusian artist Varvara Sudnik. This is like a fragment of these artworks, which names Services. And the main idea of Varvara Sudnik is just, these artworks came from her own experience. She also forced to leave the country. She was invited in a residential program in Stuttgart, but when the residential program finished, she didn't know what to do according to her, just her bureaucracy procedure, how to stay in Germany. and her contact and communication with this bureaucracy institutions like, for example, migrant office was super terrifying and was super stressful, and she tried to reflect it, because almost everybody who entered to migrant office feel this, I don't know, this feeling of frustration, annoying, angry, and so on, so on, so on. And she tried to reflect her, and just a ridiculous fact about the migrant office in Stuttgart, when she couldn't attempt residency permit in Germany, because for Belarusians it's almost impossible, and the migrant officer, probably you know, when you're in the middle of the procedure of pushing back, it means that you should buy the tickets from, in her case, from Germany to the country of her citizenship or the country of her residency permit. And she bought tickets from Stuttgart to Warsaw, and they are not to Belarus. And the migrant officer asked, "Why did you buy the direct fly from Stuttgart to Minsk?" It was 2022 or 23, and you can imagine that the any direction fly was prohibited from EU to Belarus from 2021. So migrant officer didn't know anything about her case and about the situation in her country. So it's also like an added frustration information. And she tried to understand what to do, and of course she is an artist, and she tried to reflect all the situation in a term of contemporary artist languages. And wow. And she created very beautiful porcelain services, and I think that it's really interesting because the porcelain, if you know, also has its own history, as a very deep include in the colonial history, as well as porcelain, and the recipe of porcelain was stolen by the China to first, I don't know what country, but in Western Europe, and it's called like a colonial exchange, but we know that it's not exchange, this is like a stealing. And this, and of course it was very porcelain even now, it's a very expensive good, but during the, I don't know, during the 80s and 19th century, it was, I don't know, something that belongs only to the aristocrats. And of course, she also think about that something that you steal in has legal position inside the Germany, but you as a human being couldn't be, couldn't, I don't know, recognize as as your legal presence. And of course, as well as she, just one, and of course, as well as she, we know that all these 5 o'clock tea, jour fixe, and the bourgeois and the aristocratic ritual, these porcelain services was served with napkins, and she also used that napkins, but in her artistic practices, she tried to make an embodiment in her story of all these bureaucracy procedure. And by the way, she, in general, she described this series in also very funny things like dizziness causes by the carousel of visa procedures and systematic successive exclusion. And in the embodiments, I just read one of them. Descent 2, merit, worthiness in a single form for a visa, decompose impeccability, legality, reliability, deserve the right to enter, be a good example to those stuck in the waiting room. So we have already mentioned waiting room, and all this waiting procedure is a very important part of a suffering of your body and your, I don't know, of your body and your just refugee's experience. And what personally for me important in these artworks, that it's not only the reason how, it's not only the tool how Varvara tried to reflect her own experience, and through her own experience she provides some information for that created some bridges between her own experience and the experience of many other people. But what's really important for me beside that is that she marked very important thing, how this, I don't know, this tension between bureaucracy machine and the real fragile body and experience. And these two, I don't know, two entities couldn't meet each other and recognize each other. So bureaucracy machine couldn't recognize yourself as a fragile bodily person with her own experience or with her own demands, I don't know, feelings, emotions, and so on, so on, so on. And it's really important that these emotions become a part of a political system. And this is tension between bureaucracy machine and between your own experience when you're refugees very important because it's marked something goes wrong with the political system at all. And of course, I just probably shouldn't talk a lot about all this conceptual idea, but I just mentioned that a lot of feminist researchers and they criticize the Enlightenment era and the Enlightenment period because now we have political practices, political institutions that were created on the base of Enlightenment philosophy. And this Enlightenment philosophy recognizes only one political actor. This actor is a rational subject, someone who deprived body experience, emotions, and only one thing is rationality is in the center of these political processes. On the one hand, this is also what marked something that some period and some tools of political system that Walter Mignola described at the coloniality modernity, that the term of modernity lay in the heart of this of the nowadays political system, but on the other hand, as well as the main actor is a rational subject, it means that political practice excluded a lot of people. From the very beginning, the Declaration of Rights in France excluded the majority of the population of the France. They excluded, and the idea of exclusion was on the very beginning in these political practices. It means that it was excluded women, I don't know, children, people without who were not born in France, indigenous people. It means people from the colony of France. So to tell the truth, all these so-called natural right this natural was belong only for very small group of people. And so, and especially this exclusion and this invisibility become very evident when we talk about people with migrant and refugees experience. Because, I don't know, just all these, as have many speakers mentioned, all these professional politicians, they are not interested in to be lovely and to care about their migrants and refugee demands as well. They don't have rights for being voting and being elected. It's also they are not their target audience on the one hand, and on the other hand, it's also they are visible, and they are as well. They are producing this killjoy effect. They all the time complain. They're not so they are not so, I don't know, net group of people. That is people who has extra demands, who has extra, I don't know, things. And as my friends said, to be migrant is to have a full-time job without any payment and without being seen or being heard. So I totally agree with you. So, and in this situation, we can say that, I don't know, what the exit of that, if on the one hand, professional political institution couldn't recognize people, and it's very difficult to change this political procedure from 17th century to now. And on the other hand, what can we do? And I would like to think about some art tools or some art practices, several artist practices that can be inspirable for me and very important to think, because usually when we talk about art, we think about art pieces as, for example, Varvara Sutnik produced, something that reflected your own experience or experience of any other groups, and it can be exhibited in a system of contemporary art institutions. I don't know, something that can be produced for exhibition or biennial, it could be included in public program of some cultural institution, and so on. So it's something that includes this very important part as a representative. But I would like to just jump up and to think about another practices who couldn't produce for being from the scratch for a reason to be exhibited on the exhibition or to be, I don't know, to be representative on biennial or just in public program in some institutions. They created for any other purposes, and probably in a theoretical frame it helps us to understand better if we return to the entitlement period and to think about the Kant and to think about all these efforts to describe aesthetic sphere or art sphere as an autonomy sphere. And just when we think about, and very often we can read a lot of texts that autonomy of art is something very important, and just Adorno said that autonomy of art helps art not to be to become a product or to become a goods, something that can help them to be a part of machine of neoliberalism. But unfortunately now we know that everything, even non-objective art, can be not only produced but also being a part of selling and buying. I don't know, we know that the instruction of performances or scores of their artwork also have a part of this auctions market. But if we started to think about the art not as about autonomy sphere, but about a set of tools, so we we can think about art in a different perspective, and this is course of artist Ahmet Agut. Ahmet Agut is a Kurdish artist who was born in Turkey, and he forced to, with his parents, fled because of the civil war. And he worked a lot with his own experience and produced some infrastructure who help any other refugees to adopt, I don't know, to support them, to create the so-called infrastructure of the care infrastructure. This is a silent university, his project that he was launched in 2020. This is a project that used different museums all over the world as infrastructure, and this project helped any other, first of all, researchers with the refugees' experience, and for example, for the scholars and academics who fled the country and the new condition couldn't just recognize as a researcher, recognize as a scholars, provide their degree. This like a university helps them to continue their practice, to make research, so they use contemporary infrastructure for something else, for creating any other infrastructure, to include those people who usually excluded or those people who usually included by the voices of other artists. And just another experience is the foundation class, who was organized in the very similar position. The different academics in Weissensee Academy in Berlin, there with the refugees and migrant experience, they gathered together to help people, artists who fled the country, their countries, to continue the experience. And they didn't produce, they are not gathered together for producing something that should be exhibited someone else. They produce some relationship, they produce some infrastructure that helps people with migrants' experience to continue their professional education and exchange and support with each other, because they are gathered together people with the same experience, who can share, who can provide the support, and the professors who also involved in this situation also had this experience. So it's not like a very hierarchical relationship. So probably Maro told about Sonechnik because Tanya wrote me that I haven't any time. Oh, just, and about Sonechnik, this is a solidarity house of culture, was created by several Ukrainian cultural workers, and they also used their museum infrastructure by in a completely different way. They created inside the museum space the infrastructure that helps for the first several years people who fled from Ukraine to European Union to adopt, to support them, to continue their togetherness, but at the same while to survive, because they created food, but as well not only food. They also produce a lot of discussion performances, so they help people to continue their normality and just to meet with each other. So. This is an amazing project. I think one of the best projects that was produced in arts field the last several years. And probably the Marina Naprushkina will talk about herself, because she will be the next speaker. But I just would like to mention that Marina was a very successful artist. Once upon a time, she refused to hear this to be very established artist practices, and she created initiative Neue Nachbarschaft, or new neighborhood, in the small Berlin district Moabit. And what's important, how she described her idea, because when in 2013 a new wave of migrants came to Berlin, their crisis center opened in Moabit, in district where she lives, and she came to this center, and she see that in a small space there were 300 people of 100 children, and only four social workers from Germany. And of course they couldn't help, couldn't support at all. It's understandable. And that's why she tried her own initiative, but I'm totally sure that Marina will talk. So my idea that it's very interesting to think about this shift, because very often when we talk about art and politics, we ask, is it art and politics could be together or not, something, there is something much in common or not, but I think that it's very important to understand that inside the contemporary art practice, there are a lot of practices that when artists or cultural workers refuse to be like a normal, to be included in art market processes or artistic system, and use the art as a tool, as a number of tools to foster an, political imagination, to rethinking about our infrastructure. So this is, it could be described as infrastructure of producing another way of collectivity, or another way of political imagination, or rethinking the idea of solidarity. So this is my point. Thank you so much.
we have time for 1-2 questions because we're completely beyond the time, but we have still, yeah.
Yeah, thanks very much for this presentation. It was really insightful. Oh, okay, yeah. I just wonder, when you were talking about the migration agencies and how withdrawn they are from the people's real experiences, do you actually feel there's any room for that as well, in terms of considering the personal experience of each applicant, for example, who applies for the refugee status? Because I'm just thinking about the situation with those migration agencies in Poland, where there's a huge influx of refugees or applications for refugee status, and they're all said to be super, the workers there, they're said to be super burnt out and overworked, and there's understuffing in all of those agencies. So I'm just curious if there is any realistic possibility for considering these experiences on a personal level or individual level. If you see any chance for that.
I'm not so optimistic that we just can change something very fast, but if we not try to change something, it's definitely will not change at all. And I think all the time, Olga Sasunkevich also described during her keynotes this idea of connection between migrant and street-level bureaucracy, but at the same time, I also think very productive to use this so that people with migrant experience or refugees experience, they are very, I don't know, there are many people, so they're very, they include large percentage of people in their country, and it's so strange that, I don't know, that they pay taxes. They just produce art, can produce knowledge, but they couldn't have any rights. And they situated in their gray zone. And there are a lot of people. And now we see, unfortunately, only one tension when right wings use migrants at the, I don't know, as a horror tale, and this is the problem. But I think step by step we can change the situation. But my point is that we need to rethink about the whole, the basic political system. And what, for example, can art could provide is to rethink about the possibilities. And when we talk about these examples that I provide, they produce another idea that, I don't know, for example, that you can learn each other in an equal position, or just what the process of adaptation is really, or how it looks like. This is also help us to understand that people is not only rational subject, that includes a lot of any other aspect. But it takes, I don't know, for ages.
Maybe I ask also the question, maybe you could a bit reflect on this tension between claim for politics, which, yeah, there is this claim, and avoiding to be politicized, because you mentioned, yeah, like our feelings and, yeah, try to be politicized, and this tension between claim for politics and avoiding.
Mm-hmm. So I think that it's a good question, but unfortunately I think this is like a PhD question. But what's really important that I all the time think, and we discussed yesterday with Yana, that this is the main problem, how we shouldn't avoid the emotions. But at the same time, now I see the situation when, for example, I don't know, psychologist or just like a mass psychological discourse propose us to depoliticize our emotions. Not only depoliticize, but also through this discourse, they try to, not every discourse, it's also important, I'm not against psychotherapy, you should understand, but when I read, I don't know, some mass text for mass readers, you can see that, or even meditation as a process to calm down. This is very isolating processes. This is process that helps you to be inside of yourself, not outside of yourself. But when you are angry, angry is a very collective emotion. If angry someone else, you can just create a collectivity. And it's also how you convert, it's just only one example, how you convert your feelings into political, put in the political dimensions and creating some political actions. Because I see that emotion exists separately, political dimension, but what we feel and how we feel also constructed by very concrete political and social economic infrastructures. Mm-hmm. They couldn't be devoid of politics.
Thank you.
I'm really pleased to announce the last but not least panel. When we created the program, we think about this, because today we also mentioned the feminist term of engagement knowledge. And we try to combine, according to the perspective of our conference, different practices and interdisciplinary practices. And our last panel will be also connected to the interdisciplinary between research on the one hand, activistic on the other hand. I'm totally sure that I said on the third hand. But contemporary on the third. And we start with the presentation and continue a round table. And I have already mentioned Marina Naprushkina in my presentation, and I'm really glad that Marina online, it's better than nothing to be with us. Marina is a wonderful artist and activist, and she's my Roman inspiration, and I'm really pleased to give the floor of her. And she talk a little bit more about her Roman initiative, Neue Nachbarschaft, New Neighborhood Moabit, and how to build community in a frame of something in between activistic and artistic practices. So, Marina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Antonina. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very pleased to be with you, even if it's online. Unfortunately, I couldn't be with you at the spot due to different factors and interconnections. But I joined you actually in the morning, and thank you so much for all this inspiring discussions, and also was really great to listen to all panelists. And I would, as Antonina mentioned, would like to introduce my experience, but also a bit looking to the history of Neue Nachbarschaft Moabit. This is a self-organized initiative, migrant initiative, and I co-initiated it in 2013, so I would take you a bit back to the time, almost more than 10 years ago. And as I didn't really manage to share my screen. Thank you so much, Antonina, for helping me with sharing and going through the presentation. I brought a lot of images as an artist, visual artist, and I also always, we have tons of documentation or archive of pictures, and I think it's an artist who also is working with visual material. I think I'm really glad also to show this, to make it more, maybe to give you better insight in that what happened and how we organized our work. So Neue Nachbarschaft Moabit, or New Neighborhood Moabit, started 2013 with a studio, directly art studio, directly in one of the refugees camp, and a protest action. So maybe we switch just, Antonina, you can go slide by slide. Yes, so this is one of the first pictures from their refugees home in Moabit. And it happened that I met some Chechen mothers who were at that time living in this not Unterkunft, so that the German, if you translate it from German language, it would tell us that this place is not supposed to be as a permanent place for living. But actually what I saw, that we had families or people who spent there almost 5 or 6 years living in a very difficult conditions. But authorities claim that these people stay there just not longer than 3 months. The reality was different. And the building was the former school building, which was for years empty. And then in a short time, it was reorganized as a very, how to say, low organized space for living. So here we stop a bit, and so the whole initiative appeared of necessity. So 2013 time that where like the refugees crisis started to dominate the public and political landscape a bit later, 2015, after their war in Syria started. So to that time, no one was, how to say, thinking or talking about the asylum topic or also the living conditions of the refugees. And at the same time, this Notunterkunft included almost 300 people. Mostly this were family with a lot of kids from Chechnya, and also some large families with from territory of Serbia, Sinti and Romani people. So my idea was to start some activities first. As an artist, I proposed that I would, establish art studio with and for people who comes different ages. So this is one of the first days of our activities. Please next. And so I started by myself, but I wasn't alone so long. So because I saw how people needed this communication and also some activities, not just kids but also adults. We speak about 2013, so that the whole system of system, as we talk about system, it still working badly, but at least in Germany is now the situation that kids, for example, go to school very quickly. There is a system of welcoming classes, and kindergarten places are also available. To that time, nothing like this was existing. And also this ministry who took care of the refugees was not really, how to say, on focus. So they did what they wanted. We as an active group of people who started to come to run the studio, faced, how to say, miserable living condition in this building, especially for women. It was like this, that there were everywhere securities instead of social workers who were just closing the door, not opening it anymore. Men dressed in black were sitting in each corner and also holding the key of the toilet, for example. So this intimate moments were controlled. So imagine, so each woman had to go to their male security and ask for the key to use the toilet. So at some moment we decided to protest, to organize the protest. We contacted the ministry. They were not talking to us. So we decided to go public with this situation. As a result, two things appears. From one hand, the situation in the Northern Unterkunft was getting better. So the ministry was, how to say, they established, they started to control what is happening inside, because it was a private company who was running the building. So just to understand, it was not the state; it was as a kind of business model. From the other hand, we were banned to enter the house. And at that time, we already started to function as a group with, as neighbors, connected as neighbors, and started to think how to organize. And this to reorganize and to also to meet outside the refugees' home. And this was the most difficult moment, but I think very important moment. So that we started to think how to create a space where we can meet in person. And physical space was somehow, it was clear that we need to meet each other to continue. And we asked also Berlin authorities if they would support us with the space or room. Nothing was the case. So we had to self-organize, and I asked a lot of artists, culture workers, curators. So we started to gather donation and also to start to establish a structure in order to rent a space. We can move on. 2015, right before these people from Syria managed to arrive to Berlin, especially. We found one place which was also abandoned before, and of course we rented it and renovated it by ourselves. And immediately the space was, how to say, filled with people. And literally we were open 7 days a week, and each evening we had between 100 and 200 visitors. So you can imagine this quantity of people who were coming. And so why I think they were coming? So to that time, of course, there were a lot of initiatives in many Berlin districts who were somehow helping refugees. We had to that moment already an experience, had already in a community who were also run by people with a migrant and asylum background or experience, to frame it like this. And we already had our ethics, and one of the main things what we are talking about if people arrive to us, that it's especially people without migrant experience, that it's the place not about welcoming culture, not about helping refugees. We are critical to this moment from very beginning, and we started to talk about the place of learning, of course, the meeting, but also that we learn from each other. And the idea was also to shape the program, so just when people just come, of course, they're curious to meet each other, it's clear, but what to do, how to organize this togetherness. So, for example, here you can see this, one of the more or less, common model kind of language courses, but we didn't again had people who were teachers or scholars. Their focus was that we learn from each other, so that, and the focus was on conversation, so that we ask people to listen, to share the conversation. Next, please. So, and here I would like to quote Silvia Federici, because of course we thought about why is this place became so attractive of people, why so many people wanted to come and just came really often, and I think that I think that the program was very inspiring and could people how to say feel involved and feel belonging as well. And this was a place where not just bodies or voices were filling the space, but also feelings and feeling of maybe happiness and togetherness. Political work has to heal us. It must give us strength and vision, strengthen our sense of solidarity, and make us aware of our interdependence. The ability to politicize our pain, to transform it into a source of wisdom, into something that connects us to other people, all this has a healing effect. Eating together, singing songs that makes us feel collective, loving relationships that we develop with each other. So the next one, so it's pretty much fitting to this, what we experienced. So we started to shape the program, and the program was shaped by people, of course. So who, if we teach each other who is having which skills. And as I mentioned, the art was in the beginning there because I asked a friend of my friends who were artists or culture workers from different disciplines. So we end up with a program from visual art to the literature translation group to dancing and musical dancing groups and jam session, and also cooking was also one of the central core activities as well. So this you can see the image of their studio, which took place every Saturday. Okay, next one. So this is the music session, jam session in the basement. Next one. Cooking session each Wednesday. So it's also cooking. You can imagine that it's not cooking for 5 or 10 people. It was cooking for 100 people or even more. It's quite tough to organize this. Next one. Yeah, so it was important also to celebrate together, and all these performing skills and groups who were coming, we asked also to shape a bit public programs. So we were open, of course, for the community, but sometimes we opened for the whole neighborhood, and then we organized big activities or fest or some events. Next one. So as I mentioned, we started to shape this profile of educational place of education, because there were, of course, we wanted also to shape their way of how this welcoming culture was operating, and we wanted to at least to bring different perspective on it. And there were a lot of projection on what we are doing. So you're not an artist space because it's a lot of social work, but it was clear that no one of us was a social worker. So we didn't also work with this term. We didn't work also with the concept of safe place. So we established this kind of, we are the place of education. And indeed, people started to be active in different groups. And out of it, we built different collectives. So here I am actually, as an artist, also looked for my colleagues who went through several or similar experience. And here I would quote Tanya Bruguera: "The educational moment is to create a relationship between people. Education as a response to social and political struggles." Okay, the next one. So here we can see Arabic course. We end up by the end of, before the pandemics, we started to teach 6 languages. So it was not just German for refugees. That's totally not the case. We started to run one of the first of Arabic courses in Berlin. Next one. Heda, who had how to say, one-day presentation of Chechenian language in frame of their festival we organized. Next. As I mentioned, we started to run a studio, or to continue the studio, but the more broader way. And we produced a lot of lineal cuts somehow, and we teach these techniques to almost everybody who arrived. This was one of the first things we could teach and show. And through the years, we have a big archive of beautiful prints, and started also to produce publications out of it. Next one. Yeah, this for an example of Heidi from Cameroon. Josie Nguezi, a young, to that time 16 years old, kid who arrived from Cameroon, also started to write and to draw. And Josie, on the plot of Heidi, the well-known children book, created her own story, and it's also a story of migration, as we know, that because Heidi is migrating from village to the town, and Josie is reframing it and combining it with her personal story, and plays the main figure to Cameroon. So this is Josie, and this is also a choir of Neue Nachbarschaft Moabit performing at one of the biggest stage, not the biggest stage, but UDK, their Academy of Arts stage. So we organized also some public concert. Okay, next one. So just to have insight that at some point we were running a campaign, Hier wählen alle, all votes. So this was the topic that we discussed, that in Germany are almost 8 million people, not almost, there are 8 million people who can't vote. So we'll talk about this, and this end up also in a very, how to say, a lot of discussions, and also some actions in the public sphere, and we also at some point invited politicians to discuss us with the policy of right to vote, but also, of course, all the other questions which people had around the asylum politic. And what is interesting, that it took us, it was big effort also to get politicians to us, because they know, okay, if they are coming to this kind of place, there is no people who vote, so it's actually not not reasonable to go there. So that this we didn't think before, and this was one problem. And another situation was also to discuss as well if people with the refugee experience and this with their status can be political active, because if you don't vote, you don't somehow have no effect on politics. From the other side, you're opposed to the politics, very direct. So we discussed a lot around these questions. Okay, next one. Again, just inside the studio. You see a lot of female bodies, and here we're coming a bit like to this question how it was, how the work was balanced. And I must say, of course, their community work. I realized at some moment that the core groups were mostly run by female bodies. And this kind of multitasking, this ability to listen, to have empathy, to be reachable. Of course, this is what we somehow can or are, how to say, are ready to give, to do. At some moment, the balance was, there was a disbalance because 2015, 2016, a lot of male bodies arrived from Syria. So we were waiting from the Syrian, their wives with children, and we were very looking forward that they will come and will participate. But what we faced, that this actually didn't happen so quickly and didn't happen in their in the way we wanted. So next one. Okay, maybe we skip here. How many minutes do I have, Tonya?
Just 5 minutes.
Okay, let's skip a bit. Let's just go through the presentation. Yeah, maybe do like this exactly. Next, and next. Yeah, here at some moment we organized this Shiros group. This was needed because we saw that some women are not really entering the space because it's male dominated at some activities, for example, in the evenings. So we started to run groups where women could come and be cook, discuss, do something, different activities from gymnastics, from art and cooking, and also taking care of the kids. Next. So okay, we'll skip this. Next. Yeah, next. We go to Strandbad, but I just mentioned Strandbad and maybe one more. Yeah, next one. Yeah, here. So if I talk about the initiative, to me is also important the matter of the space and an educational moment as well, because that we had this experience as we managed to have our own space, which was amazing, huge, big. Now it's smaller one. I was talking about in the past. So that the space gives it certain freedom, certain possibilities to create also the program to shape our relationships and somehow how we communicate to each other. What we do is very much related to the space, to the physical space as well. So before the pandemics, we already we looked at the experience of Black Mountain College, and we were very inspired by this historical model of progressive education, institution of education, and thought, okay, how we can reshape or rethink this model with our abilities. So we are not having big financial support. We're not a real institution, but we just imagine that we are. And to that time, there was a search in Berlin for a new, how to say, not owner, we don't own, but someone who will rent the former Strandbad Tegelsee, one of the biggest Lidos in Berlin, but closed due to different restrictions. So we applied for this as an initiative with the concept of culture center as well. And at the end of the day, we got it. So Neue Nachbarschaft Moabit is operating and up to operate now in 2 spaces, like with their smaller space now in Moabit, and where, of course, now at the moment a lot of people from Ukraine are coming, especially female bodies who now are also running different programs and different activities. So it's a bit, as I mentioned, it's up to people who are there. And Strandbad Tegelsee serves us as a location in summer where we create different formats. And also, maybe we go to the formats just quickly to mention what is happening there. Antonina, next one where we have next and next. Yes, yes, once before. Yes, so we develop some formats like workshops, of course, are really, because we have this labor. It's like, a fantastic place also to practice art and to sync with the space, and the space are the trees, are the sound and the water. So 2 years long, we had this kind of program built on this model of Erde workshops, fantastic feminist future, lesen am See, it's a reading session, and also art residencies. And we had Alexei Tolstov and Alina Derevenko, who were one of the first residents, artists in residency, culture workers and researchers in residency. And just now, maybe we go quickly through their slideshow just to give you an impression what was happening last year and this year. Okay, next one. Yeah. This is a series of fantastic feminist futures. Maybe invite different artists with also migrant and asylum experiences and who relate to intersectional feminist positions. And so their focus was not on presenting their, artistic works, but have a conversation about artistic praxis, about the discourse, and also to involve the public as much as possible. So we also cook together. Okay. Yeah. So next, reading sessions. Yeah. Yeah, and also some visitors are not always humans. And the summer school, the second year now with the kids from Ukraine and with volunteers and parents from Ukraine. So we had this year even more than 50 kids coming 3 weeks in the school holidays. Yes, and next, just few next. You can see Alina Derevenko actually. Yeah, there. And next, and this is Sveta Husakova. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Here the last one. Thank you.
Marina, we unfortunately we don't have enough time, but probably we have for 1 or 2 questions.
Yeah, thanks very much for this presentation. So I heard about Yana Naprushkina a bit a while ago, so I was really curious to take a look inside of what's going on there. I'm just wondering, have you done any studies or inquiries into how the participants respond to those activities, and do they feel more integrated? Does it help them to feel more integrated or get a better sense of belonging to the society? And which activities particularly then? And another short question, do you accept any applications for future residencies? Any open calls or for the summer school or whatever?
Unfortunately, we don't have academics who made a kind of research or I have to, maybe I'm lying, maybe there is one, I think, PhD program where we are also included, because the person who was writing it was also involved in their neue Nachbarschaft more a bit. But imagine it's 10 years long, but in some way it's like a place where it's fluid, people coming and living. And actually we are happy if they go, because then they feel empowered, then they feel they have friends, they have member groups, and it's not like one group, there are many. So of course there are a lot of things happened in professional way, because as I mentioned, there were a lot of artists from different fields. So some people could have could enter professional network. Some had just great time and learned a bit of language, or of course teach someone other things, met friends, or find a flat. So it's a kind of course social network what we normally have if we are living somewhere a longer time. And for people who are totally cut it from their social field, it's it's not so easy to build it up. So it was working on many levels. as I mentioned, there is no. I can't operate with numbers, but I can give thousands of stories or examples what already happened or where the people are now. And applications at the moment we don't have support to actually the program was supported. We were cooperating with Riks Academy and VHV Academy in the last 2 years. This could help us to also to invite people for the residency. And the volunteers basis always. So, for example, summer school or the place in Moabit, there are people coming and teaching theater or languages or contemporary dance. So this is all possible.
Continue our panel with a round discussion. So we also have opportunity to ask question, because I think it's really important just to invite other participants, as well as we try to discuss together. This is interconnections between research, activists, and artistic dimension, as well as our other two participants also